拆解无畏。
We can set the world on fire, fire. the world on fire. We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire. Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the weather is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a
Champions Shanghai is not that far away and 2 spots are already decided. Edward Gaming and G-Lite Gaming guaranteed to go through on points. For the 4 remaining teams in playoffs, it's just that grand finals berth that will get them there. And for these 2 teams, just winning this match will do it. Hello everyone, I'm Charlotte, joined by Mike, and we are here for the upper bracket final of VCT CN Stage 2 of 2026, of course, and this is a match between Billy Gaming and JD Gaming, a team that, I don't know about you, Mike, I certainly wasn't expecting to get to this point.
I mean, I'm someone who likes to cling to history, so as we've had a lot of previous matches, for example, yesterday, it seems to always be this, like, very historically important team who has been to many internationals before against this team who, at least for an international audience, you don't know who they are. And as you said, it's going to be such an important game. You can already see the light shining upon my face beautifully. That's the moment you realize we should have bought curtains. But anyways, this match is so important that the winner is going to make it directly through to champs. So this is it. The loser isn't directly going to be out of champs, but they're going to have a tougher time to make it there. So the winner, that's what you're definitely looking for, either if you're a JDG fan or BLG. It's going to make your trip so much easier. Well, talking about a trip, you're going to have a quick trip to Shanghai anyway, but nevertheless, that's what they're looking for here.
Yeah, for sure. And again, win, you make it. Lose, you play in the lower bracket final tomorrow. And then if you win that, then you're in the grand final and it is all secured. And the other team in that lower bracket final, we will find out later on as well, the lower bracket semi-final between Nova and TYL, which is also a very exciting game. 2 teams that really came out of the blocks, the top 2 of Group A as well, I believe, Group Alpha. So a lot to look forward to there, but let's sort of narrow in on the match that we have in front of us and talk about well, I'm just going to start and say let's talk about JDG first. And then if the graphics come up and it's Billy, then we'll shift focus. But JDG came 5th in their group Alpha, and honestly, didn't expect them to make it here. They went through the play-ins. They actually went through the play-ins as the lowest seed coming out of it, losing that lower seed in game to Trace. But throughout that run, you know, they beat FPX after getting 13-0'd on the first map of that series. And then they also beat EDG, who have been going through some sort of troubles of their own. Recently announced that they picked up Stew as well. So a lot of things going on there, but EDG already qualified to Champions Shanghai. So maybe a bit of a time for some more experimentation, things like that. And yeah, so that is kind of JDG. They snuck through the play-ins, I guess, if you want to say, but throughout these playoffs, running the upper bracket and, again, beating out 2 teams that looked like they would be real contenders to make it to champions in Nova Esports and TYL. This team had some changes at the start of the stage, obviously Stu leaving, Crown Fisher coming in, and some role switches even after that point. Now they're in a place where they finally look comfortable.
Well, definitely. And for JDG, for maybe the people that aren't quite tuned in, first up, welcome to VCTCN. But there are a couple of names that you might recognize. For example, I mean, Yuko and Berlin. Those guys are like the main guys that you probably have heard of or seen in the last couple of years. But still, I mean, it seems like JDG, even though they went 1-4 in the group stage, where normally you'd feel like in any other format they'd just be straight out. And this is a great thing about this format, which is just give them a second chance. And players or teams like JDG will just take that chance and just run with it. Even in the group stage, it seems like they won against the right teams. I mean, if you look at who they won against, you were right. They won against JDG. They won against, who was it, Trace in groups, and now even in Nova. And I casted the game yesterday with Nova, and they're on fire. So the fact that they even won against them, I mean, that really has to tell you something about JDG and about how good they are.
Yeah, they have been making the run, and when you look at their opposition, this is a team that everyone should be familiar with, Billy Gaming. A few changed parts from when they went to Champions in 2023, but you still have YZ, you still have K-Knight in that roster from when they beat NRG twice. And
good times.
Good times. Oh, incredibly good times. And K-Knight has been an incredible player so far throughout stage 2. You can see the statistics there, consistently improving, and the #1 cast player as well. So that's if you in a round you get a kill, assist, survive, or your death is traded. If none of the others happen, then you get that cast, and it's just a percentage of rounds that happens. He is #1 in terms of those statistics, an incredibly impactful player, and a team that have sort of ping-ponged up and down throughout the years, but they first won China in actually stage 2 last year of 2025, sorry. I'm already dreaming about this 2027 format, but no. Yeah, 2025 they finally won in stage 2, and they're looking to repeat that same feat here. Again, a win in the upper final would definitely help them on that way. But it feels difficult to sort of predict what you're going to come up against with this JDG team, because this is such an anomaly when it comes to their form.
And it feels like you're talking about contrasts here, not only the contrast of what I said in the beginning, that one of these teams is historically known and the other one is a bit of a, I don't want to say newcomer, obviously in the VCTCN scene. They have been part of the partnership program for many years, but I mean in the international stage. But also there are a couple of other things, a couple of other parallels where like, well, this is going to be interesting. As I said, JDG went 1-4 in the group stage, while Billy went 4-1. JDG only seemed to win against a team like Nova, and Nova was the only team that Billy actually lost against. So there are a couple of parallels there where I'm like, well, it's going to be interesting. They had so different paths, and still they are in the same spot where only there's one team that can go through this grand finals and will already clinch this spot to go to Champions.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line, and it does make it really, really exciting, because I mean, just the amount that's at stake means that hopefully we're going to see some absolutely banger plays. But we do have a skirmish, this is the first time we've seen a skirmish in a while with all of the seedings and lower brackets and things and whatever. But Crown Fisher and FT in this one, and they're doing some Odin stuff in this skirmish, which I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that. But
I mean, you gotta respect it. It shouldn't work, but it probably will.
It feels disrespectful to go for an Odin in the skirmish, and Crown Fisher is getting the spam through the box as well. Obviously, with these skirmishes, the team that wins, it's first to 5, not first to 10 like a regular skirmish, but the team that wins, they get to choose whether they start as Team A or Team B when it comes to the map veto. So Team A will ban first, and Team B will ban second. So usually teams will prefer to be Team B, because it means that they also kind of get that decision as to what the decider map is going to be. And we'll see. Billy right now up 4-2. And wow. Okay. So FT has taken that one against Crown Fisher. Billy winning the skirmish. So we will get to see the map veto pretty shortly, and then we will get to know where these teams are actually looking to play.
I mean, I gotta say, shout out to BLG for letting FT play. He is not technically part of the active 5 that we're gonna see, and I assume he's not gonna play in the game unless...
He's been playing.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay, well then
I
didn't realize, because I thought Billy had their standard 5, and I didn't see that FT was one of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on. What are these maps? It's the crop is a bit strange. That looks like Breeze.
Oh yeah, I cannot zoom in. It seems like I'm gonna have a bit of difficulties there.
Are you getting blinded by the sun there, Mike? Is it?
Yeah, hello.
Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah. Breeze and Haven gone. Lotus and Split being our picks. And then Ascent and Sunset taken away. So a Summit decider. Very, very interesting for Billy. Lotus is one of the maps that they won against XLG. They also, did lose it in their opening match against Trace, but came back on Sunset and Split, interestingly enough, to win that one out. So there's a lot to think about there for JDG. Yet to oh no, sorry, I'm lying. But I was about to say they're yet to drop a map, but that's not true. They lost Summit against TYL just the other day in the upper bracket semi-finals. So again, when it comes to Decider, it could get very, very interesting there. But Split is a map that they actually took against Nova. That was 13-7, and they did win Summit there 13-9 as well. So really across this veto, at least through the playoffs, it's pretty much just kind of a bit of half and half. Teams sort of just picking into comfort, not necessarily where the results lie at this point in time, because, I mean, we've had a whole stage. You're going to have wins, you're going to have losses every which way you look. So the team's starting to take to the stage, and it is that sort of underdog, right? It is the underdog run that we're seeing from JDG, and yeah, they are the ones that will take to the stage first. A roster that have never really found themselves at the top of VCT CN. They've been close a couple times, and it was always off of the back of their main man, Stu. But this is the closest they have ever been, and it's after Stu departs the roster, which feels crazy to say about JDG. But now Stu, he's found potentially greener pastures over in Edward Gaming, and the rest of the team have to come round and try and support this. And you have someone on this roster that knows Billy very well. Their coach, Bale, was formerly on that Billy team when they made that champs run in 2023, getting to the playoffs, that top 8 finish. He was there in the coaching booth, and now he's on the other side of the stage.
Right, exactly. And even the people that haven't necessarily been part of this BLG team before, the veterans, as people like Berlin and Yurko, especially when they played with FPX back in the day, you still have to imagine that they know quite a lot of these players. So, I mean, Berlin against YZ, for example, even though it might not necessarily have been on these exact same rosters and on these exact same teams, I feel like they probably played against each other like at least 100 times when you consider scrims, and at least a dozen times when you consider official games. So there's also definitely a bit of familiarity there when it comes to the interplay between the players themselves.
Yeah, for sure. And Billy, with potentially the best mascot, I will say. But that's just also because I love cats. I've got a cat at home as well, so, you know. But either way, their main man, leading the line, YZ. This guy is honestly unbelievable. Very often, with some of the highest ACSs, highest ratings, highest everything, when we come and look at this region. And he is gonna be hoping for a big performance today, playing on the duelist like he usually does. And again, he has just been fracking out this whole time, as he often does, and it was a big part of when they made that run at Champs. He was, you know, doing all of the Raise Judge absolute nonsense that we saw come back in with Neon last year, and hey, I mean, this is truly a team that does not lack in firepower. It feels like every single player on Billy is good for a clutch, and they are just such a scary team to play against. Probably the biggest test for JDG so far, although we definitely would not have said that coming into the playoffs. And we should get the agent select coming in very, very shortly on our first map of Lotus.
It shouldn't be a surprise. I can already spoil the fact that YZ is probably going to pick Raze on Lotus. A combination just like bread and butter. It feels like, especially, as I always say, I'm someone who likes to look at the back at the history. And when you think about, you were already mentioning the BLG versus Energy run that they had a couple of years back, and then the Lotus map, which I actually played and won against them in a 2-0 fashion. YZ on the Raze, a pick as old as time. You're gonna assume that he's gonna play that, and you're gonna assume, well, that's what BLG is hoping for, that he's gonna absolutely dominate with that entry duelist.
Yeah, I mean, often does. Often does. But I do think as well, one of the sort of key matchups that we have to talk about here is going to be between the IGLs of each of these teams. I mean, this is not just in terms of, you know, the actual brain power and coming up with plans, but in the gunfights department too. So we're looking at Neff on that controller role for the side of Billy, and Berlin coming in to do some IGLing for JDG, who I believe wasn't initially the IGL at the start of this stage. I think it was still Jakuro filling in those duties, but Berlin now taking the reins now, and well, it certainly seems to be working, only dropping a single map so far in the playoffs. And yeah, just looking very, very clean. But both players as well, known for their gunplay as well as their brain.
Right. And when you talk about JDG, I mean, you've got to talk about Jakuro. This guy has been looking... He is the entry duelist, or the main duelist for this JDG team. So just like BLG are hoping for YZ to just turn his aimbot on, JDG are hoping the same with Jakuro. And he's going to be one of the pillars that they're going to rely on to hopefully, for them, make it to the grand finals, which once again will guarantee them a spot in Champions.
Yeah, it's been kind of strange for JDG, actually. At least through the play-ins, it was kind of a case of, yeah, sure, Jakuro and Crownfisher swapped roles, right? Crownfisher used to be in the duelist and Jakuro IGLing on the controller. Now those agent roles have switched, and Berlin is doing the IGLing from the initiator position. But Crownfisher was really struggling when it came to numbers, and now he's on controller. He's unleashed. He's a completely different player, top fragging consistently, and it's been Jakuro that's been struggling in the kills department. It feels like that duelist position on JDG is just like a bit of a cursed chalice in a way. But we do have the agent select coming in here, and what a surprise, YZ playing the Raze. A double duelist situation happening here for Billy, with FT playing the Waylay. Meanwhile, for JDG, they're going for the double Sentinel, although on Chamber's not really that much much of a Sentinel and very much more like of that pseudo-duelist. So definitely similar comps when it comes to the vibes.
Right, definitely. I also feel like generally in VCTCN, a lot of teams do not play the Viper that in other regions you like to see a lot. So
yeah,
they decide
Mini would
to go...
be stressed out, wouldn't he?
Exactly. I mean, depending on who you ask, the Viper would definitely be a must pick on this map. So the fact that they don't decide to go for it shows a bit of the... I want to say the fact that they don't just follow blindly the trends, the fact that they have their own ideas, and I'm definitely looking forward to, as you said, like special picks like the Waylay on BLG's side, or as you said, Je on the Chamber, who's going to be looking for these aggressive TP plays just probably on the A and on the C side.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen plenty of Waylay from FT so far this stage, and are looking to do the same here. The figures there, it's the pistol win rate, but on this specific map, on this specific side, so defense for Billy, attack for JDG. Neither team winning the majority. Obviously, one will have to come out the victors here, and Jay already on that aggressive line towards Rubble. Takes a shot, but takes some damage. Rendezvous away. Now ceding that space to Billy. JDG looking to pressure elsewhere.
Crownfisher is already TP'd into the back line. Now he needs to be careful not to lose his position. Knight already in 22 HP, but he still gets the kills. Nevertheless, a 4v4, and they have the C side. The spike will be planted. Now they have to be careful about Jay on this flank, and as well the CT push. It's a great paranoia, but they don't clear the left side. It will be a trade, but in the end it's a 3v2 in favor of JDG, with Chamber as well repositioning with his team, and Yuiko knows that two players are on CT. So that means that he can take this aggressive line, or rather this passive line, in the waterfall. The first stab will come in, but it's an easy cleanup. And for JDG, it's an easy pistol. Well played by them, and BLG are going to be scrambling in already their first pistol loss of this match.
Yeah, I mean, that is a bizarre round, to be honest with you. I'm not entirely sure how Crownfisher was already so deep, but TP'd across and got the kill. Again, unaware of on that flank. K-Knight gets caught out. And a fight that maybe YU shouldn't win, but he wins out at the end to close. And like you say, it is that first round for JDG.
Je deciding to go for the Marshal. Obviously, it's going to be a one-shot here, but as a bit of a chamber tech for those who don't know, the slowdown from the Marshal is so big that in theory you have enough time to go for a Marshal body shot and then a Headhunter shot, which would be a kill even in the bonus round. I assume that is the strategy. Apart from that, you see Berlin going for the pistol so they can afford at least one player falling. However, they need to be careful about this B push. Already a couple of pot shots exchanged there, but nothing yet. Seems like they really don't want to commit to this with all the bullets that they've heard from BLG on this B side.
I mean, it's a dangerous position to put yourself in. So JDG take a moment to pause, now looking back towards the safe space. It will be available for them. But reinforcements quickly, swiftly arriving. Billy starting to
be careful.
Yeah, really man this side of the map. But first player falls, that's FT going down. You might actually be caught out, but again, it's the Raps that just don't get cleared. This time Berlin through B, able to get the flank on, and while YZ finds a frag, it just simply isn't enough.
There was a moment there where you felt like BLG could have gotten the gamble stack and could have gotten maybe a bit more damage, but you can see JDG wise to it and pushing out B. And in theory, you could see the plan was then to push out B. Obviously, at the same time, they re-clear A, and that's where the entire brawl was. And now you can see why Berlin picked up only the Ghost. He was able to hold on to... I thought he was holding on to a rifle, but it seems like he's still buying here the Vandal. And this will be the bonus round. Crownfisher already going for the TP. They need to be careful. FT is already pushed up. And with the Waylay now, it's a nice shot from Jay. You gotta be careful with that Marshal damage. Already a couple of players. One shot, example, this FT. And Nav needs to be careful with this push. And Yuka gets a double kill out of nowhere. And the B side, excuse me, the C side, completely split open. Even the Flash will make sure that Knight will not be pushed up. He has to be careful there, even stopped by the Razor Vines. Will push through the wall. Another Razor Vines just to make sure, but he still gets the double kill.
在 C 区， Trip 还是
No
一
fear in
名
his eyes.
来抓住他
And in the end, it's a 2v1, but Jay, you assume he's gonna get a bit of an upgrade here. Otherwise, with the Marshal, I mean, he's still one shot. Maybe he knows that, and maybe he's actively deciding to stick with this sniper.
A big double kill from K-Knight. It's made it possible for FT here. Have the information, has to clear every angle. And yeah, the Marshal will have him dead. JDG up 3-0. I mean, plenty of mistakes really across the map there. It was a good start from FT, but again, YZ overstaying his welcome 1 and 3 right now. And I mean, you just can't let YU take those fights and win them realistically. A little bit disjointed, a little bit all over the place for Billy. Playing individual, and they get punished for it. JDG now on an anti-eco themselves. Shay bringing along the Outlaw, and again, that is one shot to the body for any of these Billy defenders. Pressured away from the angle early, but Crownfisher still sticking around. FT gonna get punished.
The gun's not looking great for BLG here. They already had one stinger onto FT that obviously was now dropped, so K-Knight, the last one left with the stinger. And as you said, Jay, I mean, something that I feel VCTCN has understood better than any region. The fact that if the enemy is on a low buy or in an eco, just go for an outlaw. Everyone is going to be one shot. And even though he happened to be in the beginning, well, the good thing is he still got 4 other people on his team who can do just as much damage. Nev wisely backing down from this fight. Even though he will be spotted out, and it seems like BLG are just gonna have to contend with perhaps just economical damage, because the chances of winning this round are looking slimmer and slimmer.
Yeah, pretty much 0. K-Knight's been spotted towards the flank position as well. There's a triple stack inside a tree. All of
Good
which
luck,
not
YZ.
necessarily conducive to winning a round if you're Billy. Even then, the double swing is not quite at the same timing. YZ's been spotted.
He does have a blast back, but you're gonna assume he's just gonna die to Spike there. Maybe looking for a couple of pot shots, but you assume he's gonna take. Exactly, he's not gonna survive this round. And K-Knight was also spotted on flank. And even though he does have the shields, you're gonna assume he also wants to go for a bit of damage here, but it won't be anything more. A flawless round from JDG, making sure they go up 4-0 on this attacker side.
Again, on their opponent's map pick, Billy. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout coming in fairly shortly. Because while yes, you're defending on Lotus, it's certainly not the favoured side. You want to be getting yourself on the board. No timeout as of yet, but if things continue to slip, then that is when we'll see that come in. 5th round, and again, JDG looking to pressure this C space.
Gotta be
Does
careful.
have an operator here.
For the first time, you can see differences of playstyle. K-Knight very well versed, excuse me, with the Odin and YZ on this defender side going for the op, and you can see JDG either for some reason have read it, but you can see the pressure now coming in by opening the door, and even now with the Prowler, he will be spotted out, the op will be shown, and will be taken off the angle. You can see even the defensive smoke in normally a place where you wouldn't expect it, but just making sure that the op does not get its value, and putting in so many question marks about where exactly the JDG players are located, because it's only 2 players on the C side. Spike is on A, so they have to be careful. YZ inching in, but it's a nice shot, taking out the showstopper. And now you assume BLG are going to rotate back, but JDG now have to be careful. They surely have to start moving onto this A side, because otherwise the BLG players are going to slowly start swarming you.
Cypher Trip in the way, now it's being shot out. Still trying to catch out Rusia, but it's K-Knight to draw blood, and now Rusia does the same. All of it going wrong right now for JDG. It's a nice idea on that attempted fake, but it just has not come into fruition. I think Berlin might have been spotted on the cross. Just 10 seconds remaining. It's about damage, and he won't find any. A flawless round from JDG, answered in kind. Billy, sorry, on the board. What a shot from YZ to open this out. Plucks Jakiro out of the sky. And from there,
shooting.
The rest fall like dominoes.
Yeah, and this is the BLG that you were expecting to show up in this game. I mean, you can see the individual prowess as well, and once again, just knowing when to use which gun. YZ, even if he didn't hit the shot, you're assuming he would have at least used a couple of blast packs to make sure he maybe doesn't die there. And now it's a full A brawl. Jen needs to be careful about this operator. He has a tour de force, and yes, he does use it, and he finds YZ. It's a lot of damage, but Jakiro needs to be careful. The Fade gets, the Waylay gets spotted by the Fade Haunt. And just like that, JDG have opened up the round, and Yuko...
The flanks again!
Once again, just getting caught off guard. BLG down to just 2 players, and the spike will be planted on this A side. Knight, you even know, K-Knight, do you even know exactly where he is, tripping the Vice wall, and he is the last one left on this Odin. And you're going to assume that he's just gonna tuck his legs in and go for the save.
And this is not how you envision this one going. Your Billy. The tour de force from Je that does the job and open up the round, and again FT then stuck on an island. K-Knight the only player on his team with more than 2 kills, and in fact with Neff still on 0, he's got exactly half of his team's number in that regard. Maybe another 2 come in, so now over 50%. But I mean, that one's an impactless frag, just looking to save the Odin.
And just splitting the side completely open there with the opening pick from Je, who at first I was just about to tell, well, you probably shouldn't step into the raise nade, but well, it doesn't matter if you manage to take out the raise in turn. No future damage there. Once again, JDG. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. A lot of utility coming in from BLG. From JDG. But BLG are not stopping. They still have put this Omen smoke there to make sure they cannot go to this A side. But they really don't want to, at least not for now. JDG pressuring this B, just with the Prowler. Now the Vice ult being used. YZ needs to be careful about staying in this corner. He does only have a Classic, and it's not enough. And not even FT is able to get the kill. YZ! Impossible to kill in this round. He's still alive.
Yeah, they just went for the push, and Russia, oh no, target-rich environment, and one that he can't isolate the kills from. Jakiro now on double digits when it comes to the kill tally. And Neff trying to fight on in, the captain yet to get a kill, and that stat will remain an 0 and 6. And for Billy, it's a 1 and 6. JDG are running away with things here. And interestingly enough, obviously this time with the Vice ult for the execute, things have gone a little bit differently, but in most other rounds you have YU on the flank, on those late wraps, completely catching players off guard. You saw it in the previous one with Neff getting called out on B, but this time he's heading the push with that ultimate, and I think it just goes to show that JDG can't, it's not just one thing that they're doing, they're switching things up. I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if we see YU again on these sort of wraps, but instead he's going with the push. Je does get caught towards the A site. The Marshal from YZ that does it. A bit of a half-buy coming in for Billy, but they are a man to the good.
Oh, Nev is gonna get caught out with the smoke, with his pants down, and yes, it will be the connecting pass there from Waylay, and he will be able to get 1 kill. And now with the showstopper, it's slowly getting dangerous. It's a 4v2 from BLG. Don't forget, this was a complete eco. You can see Rushia, even though he has a Guardian, has no shields. And Crown Fisher, well, at the beginning it was very clear that he would use the From the Shadows to get the spike back, but it seems like he's now deciding against it. Just going for a couple of kills here, and BLG, once again, showing flashes of brilliance there. But you obviously got to be careful, there's still quite a bit of danger with Crown Fisher here. Well, I say that, but K-Knight is on an unexpected angle, and it's an easy kill for him to clean up the round.
How on earth? I'm just baffled. How is that the round that Billy get over the line? Again, a good start. The body shot changing the angle slightly, but Neff just completely caught unawares. But, again, K-Knight uncleared by Crownfisher in the end of things. And the half buy is, again, the round that Billy win. And now they have a purchase themselves. JDG, though, plenty in the coffers to still reinvest. And the C site is very quickly going to be under siege here. Rusha feeling the heat, but just momentary. JDG slow things right down.
BLG already making sure the trademark does not find any more value. You can see the triple push out on B, trying to see if there was perhaps a chance for a trap play onto the C side, but JDG just aware, not quite pushing deep enough. And even Jay, with him controlling this A line, would make quite a lot of sense for him to come back. Now FT using the refract just to look for a bit of info. Fortunately, maybe has used it a bit too early, because now, based on that info, JDG are grouping up on this A side. You can see one smoke already coming out, which gives it the option of either picking up this orb or going for a B split, which in this case seems to be the better option with just K-Knight on this B side.
Regardless, the tree door opens. Jakuro. Oh, hello. He's got a showstopper here.
Two players on side. Where does he put it? He puts it exactly on FT's feet. Maybe that's what FT stands for. Crownfisher taking out YZ. Side completely split open once again. It will be this A plant. And you can see YU. Once again, they always have this one lurker just in case. And it puts so many question marks into BLG's heads. So many that they seem to be scared even of pushing down B and perhaps going for a couple of exits. YU is going to have an easy push here, while he looks to do damage and to take away these rifles that at least on the players like Rusia and Nev just have not looked as deadly as you want them to be.
And the saves coming through for Billy, so YU not finding value on this particular flank. Might still hunt for those last remaining rifles. Spike will detonate though. JDG then on 7, securing themselves an advantage in the second half already. The question remains, how far can they push said advantage? Because right now it's a maximum, a minimum of that 2-round lead. Again, plenty more to be found potentially, and it certainly feels like it. They're the team with all of the momentum right now. Reminder that if they win this match, then they are not just in the grand finals, but in Champions Shanghai as well. Billy Gaming know the stakes, so they're calling a timeout. They need, realistically, these last 3 rounds of this half, or, you know, maybe a couple of them. I mean, at the very least, make an 8-4, 9-3 or 10-2, and you're already probably looking to split as that second map.
JDG would be a new phase coming into VCT Champions, joining the team or the group of barely half a dozen teams from the VCTCN region who has made it to an international, and not only an international, but more like the international. And you'd feel like if you're a fan of VCTCN, at least so far, you'd be very proud of having someone like JDG representing your region.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's names that people will know, names that are maybe less familiar, but a well-rounded team nonetheless. For a roster that, well, for an organization that maybe used to be a bit more of a laughing, not necessarily a laughing stock, but I guess taken less seriously. Yeah, they had Stu, but it was always the story of, well, it's Stu in a 1v9. Now, obviously, not the case, and it's definitely not a 1v9. Everyone is showing up here for JDG today. And, oh, Jed very nearly catching himself another opening kill. The operator shot rings wide, and rubble under Billy's hands for now. This is why they turn the focus towards Mound. JDG trying to clear Neff from this position.
Neff does have the shadow step to get away from this in theory if he wants, and you can see at least 3 players, and then he's going to decide, well, no, that's enough for me, I'm just going to back out. And he's still, I mean, considering the amount of user that he got out, and the fact that JDG is still semi-wondering whether he could still be lurking there, shows how much pressure you can do on this defender side to make sure that JDG uses quite a lot of utility. Now FT catching out UIU, and maybe a bit of an overextension here compared to the last round where he was the thorn on their side, making sure that they could not re-clear anything else. And now, now you gotta be careful with the Haunt missing, and K-Knight just down to 40 HP, but YZ is there to help him. Joins him in the kill feed, 1 and 2, and make it 3! And it's just Jay left. He even opened the door, so you know exactly where he is, and it seems just a matter of time until he falls, and BLG gets the 3rd round.
Yeah, flawlessly so as well. Really, really nice stuff, and our big triple kill coming in from YZ here in B main. 3rd one even while blind, but just reading the timing perfectly. Yeah, they are enjoying it. Now a timeout immediately called by JDG. Wow. Coach Bell not happy, I suppose, that they lost that round. It feels maybe a bit preemptive, but again, if you can see Billy making a lot of changes, making that improvement and making that charge towards that 7-5, you want to put a stop to that. You want to give yourselves as big of a platform to perform in the second half as possible. So again, hoping for that 9-3. Billy gunning for, again, that 7-5 score.
Seems maybe a bit of an over-exaggeration or overreaction to go for this timeout of just 1 round. I mean, don't forget, if BLG, when they took a timeout last round, JDG, it's not like they're standing around doing nothing. They also get a timeout and just barely 60 seconds to talk to their coach. But on the other hand, I do understand it. I mean, the differences between a 7-5 scoreline and a 9-3 scoreline would be miles apart. And JDG obviously gunning for the 9-3 scoreline, which would lead them into a very, very comfortable position going into the second half.
Yeah, obviously, you know, not even a 9-3 lead is safe. We saw that yesterday in the TYL All Gamers match. AG up 9-3 at the half-on split, end up losing at 14-12. As for right now, though, Billy again looking to take this aggressive control of a rubble. But FT, as that refract anchor starting to expire, he decides to head backwards, doesn't want to be left alone, and finds a kill through the smoke, but there's a kill right back, again, through the smoke. Neither player seeing who's killed them. But
it wasn't even through the smoke. Crownfisher used it from the shadows directly in the line of sight of FT into this A side. Well, that's something you gotta question, at least if you're the coach. Despite what you planted, you can't argue with the results. The Nightfall even being used just to delay the delay the retake for just a bit. Rusha needs to be careful about this position, but they push him and it will be a trade. Berlin even getting caught out with the Prowler as well. Needs to be careful, and the gun is in the way. He still manages to get the kill, but BLG making sure that it's just YU. And with the Haunt now spotting him, you know exactly where he is. YU making sure to tap the door just in case to threaten the flank. But he needs to get these kills. The time is slowly ticking down, but he's sticking it. Neff is sticking it! And does K-Knight have enough time? You're gonna assume so! And no, just barely not. It's second left between BLG winning another round and JDG continuing their dominance, and seems like it's going to be the latter.
Yeah, 3/4 of a second in it.
I still don't understand that all. I'm gonna be honest. Just being straight into the A side, and it's the easiest kill of FT's career.
But even still then, the 1v2 in the clutch, YU isolating the targets perfectly. So 8-4 or 9-3, that's what we're playing between now here in round 12. And JDG once again hoping for this mound control and the mound fight. TPing away, FT caught out, the one-way working to perfection. Crownfisher goes for a second bite of the apple, and that one is going to be a poison, but it still doesn't matter because JDG find the kills. A 4v2 now. YZ trying to hold them off from this B space, and it's not going to be found. Rusha left the clutch, 1v4, spots the first, but even still, Shots not found, and looking through the wall for more. He might be able to isolate some angles here with the cage, but the spike's been planted, and that now makes his job so much more difficult. Spamming through, down to 11. There's no saving in this one. It's the final round of the half. You just have to commit, and very likely you just have to die. It's a 9-3, very much on the scorecards and in the minds of everyone in the server. You just need to capitalize upon it, and does exactly that. A half that, I mean, JDG can definitely be proud of, and I mean, I guess our criticisms leveraged at the JDG timeout unfounded. They won both the rounds, and they now have set themselves up perfectly to take their opponent's map pick.
You do not envy Russia in that position.
Oh, definitely not.
Poor guy with 11 HP. He cannot save his gun. I mean, he could, but I mean, he would lose it next round anyway. And didn't have a chance to use his neural theft. Also, last round, you think he'd just chuck it in, but the only player that died from JDG was on the complete other side of the map in flank, so... And you can see the pack mentality from JDG just fighting together and making sure that YZ, someone that you expect to be dangerous and has gotten a 2K straight out of nowhere, which would have perhaps turned the tide. So they just peek together and make sure that apes together strong.
Oh, I mean, this is... crazy scoreline again. We're looking at this and saying, well, JDG, surely they're still the underdogs, right? But they have come in here and are looking so strong. I mean, this is just the opening 12 rounds, so anything else could happen. Again, we saw it yesterday, All Gamers, 9-3 up on the first half. They lost 2-0. So it's not all over just yet, but Billy, I mean, this pistol round is going to become pretty much, I mean, mandatory to keep themselves in on their own map pick of Lotus. Billy need to win round 13 and potentially even get a bonus conversion in there as well. Attacking on Lotus, generally considered easier, particularly when you have this double duelist composition, but again, you are trying to fight into 2 Sentinels now. And I just generally think that Device is slightly better on this map than the Cypher anyway. And look at the pistol win rates. Pretty much 2/3 of their defense pistols won by JDG on this map. Looking to increase that tally.
Bit of pressure already on this B side. You can see Berlin ready with the C's there. Stop them from rushing, uses it, but the refract still hasn't been used, so in theory they can still go for this pause. Maybe just bounce on it later, but JDG is ready for this. You can see the triple hold on this B side together with the trademarks, just making sure that they cannot enter this side. The question is, BLG, do they still want to go for this? And the answer seems to be yes. And you can see the consequences of that. Everyone falling, but not without any damage. JDG also down to just 3 players, but they still have the advantage, especially considering that YU gets K-Knight through the smoke. And Neff, who so far has been having the toughest of times with the 2-9 scoreline, is gonna have to somehow try to clutch this 1v3.
And Crown Fisher refreshing the smoke in front as well. Makes it so difficult.
剩余30秒。
F now trying to make his way towards the A site and have to get a bit of a shift on here. Nearly approaching red time, device flash coming in. There is red time and he should be able to try and plant the spike here. Smoke goes up, but already Jay is so damn close and it's YU to close. Double digits on the board and that must win round for Billy. Well, it goes against them.
Not even getting the money from the spike plant. And now the question that will be on everybody's minds, and especially on one British lad's mind, which will be, will BLG go for this force? Because on all accounts they should. Otherwise you're just giving up this 11-3 scoreline, and BLG with just FT looking for a shorty. I mean, they're just gonna have to fight uphill here. You're assuming that JDG will comfortably win this round, and even then the bonus will be very dangerous. Going for the refrag, but doesn't find anything. Needs to be careful about this push. However, BLG already in his face with just 34 HP, but he manages to get the Guardian.
I mean,
gives
that
it up
is
to
crazy.
YZ. Spike now dropped. They need to be careful. They need to bide their time. They do not have a smoke left, so they need to wait for this. They need to have the patience, because otherwise he might just get into this blender, which is Cold Berlin, and he doesn't quite get the ace, but it does not matter. JDG 11, BLG just 3.
Comeback has to start now. This is, I mean, you know, we've seen it happen before. Fnatic, lock-in grand final. But unfortunately, these aren't quite the same stakes, and I don't think Billy are quite that Fnatic team of ages past. Every chance and every opportunity though, but I mean, from that opening from Nef, you maybe expected them to actually get something done there. It's not to be in the end.
JDG needs to be careful because of the cyber cage there, but it seems like BLG are straight up just going onto this B side. The Thorns will make sure that they will be stopped at least for a couple of seconds, but it seems like the spike plant will be inevitable. And will be full 5v5 retake.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it is, and Paranoia's coming in. Billy gonna be pressured from every which direction. The net starting to tighten already. 2 players inside of main. Russia is gonna have to be careful that he doesn't get caught out here, but as the smoke drops, he's taken down. It's just a bandit from Jurt. Good enough for the job for now. And now Crownfish are fighting in. Jakiro as well. The dominoes are crumbling. Everything's going wrong for Billy Gaming. It's a third in the half. JDG up to 12.
You gotta love their patience. Just dissecting the round, making sure that first you gotta take out whoever's in B main. And with Russia, I mean, you feel like in that moment, his priority, even though he would perhaps be baiting his teammate, is to just survive the round. And with him falling, then suddenly you've got a retake from 3 different places. And on B side, that is the last thing that you want to do. Being forced to look into 3 different places, basically flipping a coin every second, and as soon as it lands on tails, you're dead. So JDG, a very, very soon match point with BLG just having 3 rounds. That's not something you want to see for a
9
Billy fan.
chances for JDG.
Refrag and dash once again being used just for info. The Haunt even spotting out Je, who will be forced to TP back as he has been for so many rounds before. Nevertheless, the fact that they're forcing out the util doesn't mean that Je will not find any value. It just means that he's perhaps delayed a bit in his rendezvous. YZ sneaking up, and he gets the kill by Jakiro. And now Je needs to be careful. He does have the first one, he does have the second one.
Joking.
But it's a quick trade, it's a 3v3 in the end. Never lied, Berlin is just ready for it, and he does not quite get the last one. But YZ with the 3k, with 5 HP, will make it 30 with his regen shields. YOU needs to be careful about this push, and he's just not aware. YZ, it seems like he needs to get a 4k for BLG to get anything he done, but I guess it's 1 more to the tally and just 8 more rounds, or 8 more chances left.
It's still a mighty long road for Billy, but the first step is made. And it's all off the back of YZ. I mean, really, should not be getting 2 kills from that position. It's still disjointed. It's still lacking in terms of that quality from Billy. But the hero play gets them over the line. Yeah, a round is a round. Well, they might just get caught out here instead. Blinded by the Prowler, and Nef inside of that dark cover has a judge. There's only one way that fight's gonna go. And YZ's got a showstopper. Looking for the players in Waterfall. Jakiro just about survives. But the site is Billy's. It's under their control. Not necessarily feeling comfortable about it just yet. It's laboured from Jakiro. But the kill is finally found. Billy trading back, but even still, they don't have the control. Crownfish is pushed up forwards. So much disruption, so much going the way of JDG. Even still, they're in the disadvantage, and now it's YU left to clutch.
Left in a 1v2.
Surely not.
爆能器已
Right.
部署，
Surely.
I mean, this would
BLG.
be the game if he is able to do it, and he might just. The players are isolated from one another, playing each angle, but Rusia has it locked down. So, Billy survived for just one more round. BK, these haven't been clean, and they certainly haven't been comfortable.
But nevertheless, you cannot argue with the results. In the end, it doesn't matter if you just barely win the round. If you manage to do this exact same thing 7 times, well, you're gonna get to overtime. So, and that JDG is trying to avoid that at any cost. That being said, BLG, even though they do take a lot of casualties, are just continuing to buy. Their economy is looking great here, while JDG, it seems like if they lose this one, well, now that might be just the beginning of a very slippery slope.
They can't take a timeout because they used that one in the first half, so they kind of allow Billy a bit more momentum until things go wrong. But, I mean, Billy can't really use a timeout either, because if they lose a round, then they are done. So, potentially needing to take it a little bit earlier than that 7-2 score in the first half. Either way, A-site pressure created once more. The door opened up and Billy starting to clear these angles. Operator, not a factor just yet, as Sher holding down that B main position. YU, I think, very sensibly just gets out of dodge. Waiting to play with the rest of the team. Nice spoiler to the plant here from Drop, but again, playing it safe, wanting to keep himself alive, and, well, has been spotted now by FT, the shorty round, but that's a mistake, and he's found a second! There's no world in which he should be finding those kills, but now JDG are 2 to the good. It's on the rest of Billy to fight on forwards. Russia with a kill. Trying to fight on back, but the site is being swarmed. Under the control now of JDG. They're trying to hold it from main. It's not working out. Russia's fallen. YZ fighting back in. And K-Knight in tree. Just another player to be found. Actually, no, he's outside a tree. He's got to open the door again. The defuse is being stuck, but YZ gets them all.
Once again, YZ having to pull out the being forced to pull out the 4K to make sure that BLG still survives. And I mean, it would have been a real tragedy if they managed to lose that. I mean, you would think that at this point, you gotta know the difference between a flash and a near sight, because you can see Omen still bright as daylight being spotted out there, but YZ luckily saving his team, or at least delaying the loss here. You can see the coach
we know and love.
understandably not happy with this.
Timeout being called, their last timeout at 12-6. If this doesn't work and Billy keeps gaining that momentum, there's nothing to save them in the late rounds to stop overtime coming in here. But that being said, we saw the timeout in the first half have and bring instant success for JDG. Economically speaking, a bit of a question mark on the next round, but they have a bit more room to breathe here, Mike.
Definitely, and it does show at least a couple of signs of worry. The fact that JDG are the ones taking the timeout when they're up 12-6. BLG already have, or still have one left, and you assume that they're the first one to use it, just to make sure they got this over the line. But JDG, the coach, just slamming on the red button and saying, stop, let's just think about this for a minute. Russia, now the one on a Cypher Outlaw. When's the last time you've seen that? But once again, just the perfect decision, considering that they know that JDG is going to be on that low buy. If they lose this, 12-7 is suddenly looking way more doable than what we started off at.
Trouble control. Very nearly getting a kill on the mound as well. A Marshall coming back through on the other side. Berlin coming in, and YZ's actually being caught in the body there, down to 49.
You see JQ trying to look for the headshots there. JDG in general, just trying to see if they can maximize the damage before BLG commits to side. You can see YZ already just down to 49 HP, which would be just one Sheriff body shot, which means now that he's probably more hesitant to use the blast packs to get into side. You can see that's the advantage of having a second duelist, and that's the advantage of having K-Knight on your team, who is just dominating so far on behalf of his team. And the B side is completely split open. They're assuming that they're going to go here now. That's exactly what they do. The spike will be planted. Now they just have to be careful of a couple of nice sheriff shots, which could still turn the tide.
Danger of overplaying his hand here, but FT takes down YU, and in the end, okay, J-Kiro does at least take down his opposing number. That's all it will be. So just the one casualty for Billy. They're starting to find form, but again, that was an eco round, Mike. This next following round is going to be the one that this timeout was actually called for. Coach Bale's intervention to try and close the game.
You can look at the resources. If you've noticed from last round, YZ was taking the orb on A, and I believe with his death, there's only one more point left for him to get the showstopper, which would be a huge advantage then this round. And he already has it. So you're looking at the resources, you're looking at the convergent paths as well, just one left for FT. While JDG has From the Shadows and the Vice ult. But then again, you gotta first get into a position to use those both of those ults, which JDG just haven't been able to.
Again, the Vice setup on C, it's not where Billy are at the moment looking to end. Players over here, don't even know if they've heard anything or if it's just a read, but Rusia is in attendance. Could get caught out, but at the same time, this is a lot of presence that he's holding.
Just holding the complete wrong angle. You can see Rusia now tripping the wall, putting a couple of question marks into JDG's head, but they're not budging. You can see still two players. And K-Knight, you thought at the beginning he would rotate, but now he's just trying to help his teammate on the A side. That being said, this B side is now completely for free. Just one Razorvine, and even that is not gonna do a damn thing to stop this plan from coming down.
Oh, still Garden invested though. Taking the weapons away, YZ has his showstopper in reply. And the timer of these should more or less cancel each other out.
Whoops.
And Russia, he's still on the back lines, fighting through C, good for the one, but only one. Fighting back in, now the players from Heaven. Billy have their rifles restored.
Great paranoia
gets everyone. Nobody able to see Nest port out. FT follows. YZ, he's dead. Everyone falls for Billy. Coach Bale's done it again, and JDG gets across the line. Perhaps closer than it should have been. In the end, it's 13-7, and it's JDG taking map 1.
The singular best piece of utility and most impactful piece of util in this entire map, that paranoia, I believe getting almost everyone and making sure that JDG gets over the finish line. 13-7, perhaps closer than you wanted to, considering the first half. But you're still, I mean,
oh, wow.
What a shot. Making sure Rusia only gets one on the flank and stopping the bleeding there. And shit.
Fire, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, he got away with just murder in that round, realistically. But, I mean, he was getting away with murder the entire time. The start of this game is pretty much entirely highlights from Je. Yeah, reliving that shot from YZ as well. Plenty of highlight moments from either side, and it just, I mean, Billy gave themselves too much to do in the end, realistically. That 9-3 score at the half, just too much to overcome. They gave it a damn good go, particularly after losing the bonus in the second half as well. You'd think that it was all done there in the 13-3, but not to be the case. They fight back and at least give us some positive signs. Looking in towards the next map, there's a chance here now that this could go to a third, because Billy have actually started to wake up and find form.
Nevertheless, you're still worried because, if I recall correctly, this was JDG's map pick, BLG's map pick, right? So, which means that JDG in theory should have the advantage going into the next map. That being said, obviously that's not the end of it. That's a lesson that I learned yesterday. But first we listen to the clean comms.
家里面我们 A 推了 ，C 空了可能，空了里啊。 姚志文
哦，80
我们看到
80
先了，
开光波，
我有打 CT 了。
我们看慢一点，我们全包的肉。
左边全屋，我被误了，这里还有一个，
两个 C 雷，最后2个 C 雷。
能破枪吗？
威雷打39，威雷打39。
回来，
加我下一排。
他看到我了，
我下一排。
他们没烟，
我下一排。
他躲起来，
右边，上那个进来，躲起来，知道不？躲起来。
我躲了。
你去开门都行，等一下吧，
我下一排。
第八了，
别上来，别
打上
给到，
来改到 ，ending 口有人了，
我来飞了，
不给烟了，
有人，左边这点好像，左边这点，黑了，那个人黑了，拉你 ending 口，拉这个，死了，别急，ending 口会有人，
我动不了，
开不了门，我来找你们，
不知道谁 ending 口，
我去找钱包，等一下，
OK，
等一下你们帮我先下，我在加油楼，
慢慢来，兄弟们，
等一下我再找，我压缩点时间去找，好不好？别急。
我在晃，
这片厉害哦，
就我能来哦，比我小有timing能来，叫我大意。
He comes here, but in the end, Jaguro will get the match MVP with 260. I believe that's ACS, right?
Yeah, it will. And 172 damage per round as
Crazy.
well. Just an incredible performance from Jaguro playing this duelist. And again, I mentioned at the start with his role swaps, he was not necessarily having a good time, but he's certainly starting to find form throughout these playoffs. And this is just the exemplar of that, right? Doing so much for his team and getting away with so much that maybe he shouldn't be. This kill there, again, exemplifies that perfectly. Like, turning on a dime 180, you should just be dead.
Well, that's how this region works. Sometimes the impossible just seems to be possible. And that's something that BLG is also hoping for as they prepare for the second map. And you can see the MVP is tied when it comes to kills, but you can see the difference there. Like, the kills so much more even in JDG, almost Berlin even getting the match MVP, but still deservedly going to Jaguro. While on BLG's side, it will be K-Knight. I mean, so impactful there, and it's just, at least for the end, it was just the K-Knight and YZ show. 18 and 16 kills, and the rest of the team just struggling behind there.
You look at the first kills though, it kind of tells a little bit of a different picture. Billy were opening these rounds well and then just crumbling, falling apart. And that's exactly what we see. It's even when it comes to those first bloods, and actually two more flawless rounds coming in for Billy. But the thing I'm looking at is those post plants. JDG winning a 9 out of the 9 rounds that they got the spike planted, which also means the 3 they lost, they didn't plant. So that is a brilliant scoreline, and again we sort of have to talk about K-Knight on the other side, right? Because I do kind of feel bad for him. He was doing it all. 256 ACS, a 2.09 KDA, and a 70% cast in there, but in the end it wasn't enough to actually get across the line. And it is a shame because, again, K-Knight and YZ were doing so much, but the rest of the team not really there to help them.
Exactly, but there are still 2 maps left. There's a reason why this isn't a best of 1 and rather a best of 3. So potentially 2 maps left, at least if BLG shows a bit of prowess on the second map, which is what they're hoping to do, while JDG is just 1 map away from going into VCT Champions.
Yeah, that they are. And going into the grand finals as well. So Split coming up after this.
If you catch my drift. You know
JDG are now just one map away from making the ultimate underdog run into the grand finals, and with that berth, a slot at Masters Champions. What am I talking about?
Same thing.
Same thing. Masters
Call
Champions.
it Worlds at this point.
That's what the tournament's called, right? It's called Masters Champions. Though Champions
Yeah.
Shanghai. That is what's on the line here in the upper bracket final. JDG winning Billy's map pick of Lotus 13-7. So now split on the cards, Mike. This one, again, is getting scary because I came into this being like, well, surely this is the day that this streak from JDG ends. But they seem like they're just still going.
I also gotta say, if you're like me and in some sense are stuck in 2024, you're watching BLG on Split and you think like, okay, surely they picked the map, but no, it's JDG's map. So there's also a question of if you're stuck in the time loop of, okay, what has happened these last 2 years that you don't think that BLG is gonna play on the Split side? And the questions of, I mean, obviously the judge has had a big nerf since then, especially when it comes to running and gunning. But is YZ, you still assume that he's going to go, oh, I didn't see a race there. What is he playing?
Neon?
Neon?
Question mark?
Okay.
He has been playing some Neon.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that.
Let's
see if he can do the exact same thing he was able to do 2 years ago.
What the past has for us. Trying to look at the history, and no, it's Yoru actually that Billy are playing. That makes more sense actually. It's the Yoru Waylay, and I would imagine FT still on the Waylay.
Yes.
So map number 2. I just saw the color blue and went. I know. I just saw the color blue and went. Ah, yes, Neon. No, so for the side of Billy, they're now on their opponent's map pick and staring down the barrel of a 2-0 defeat here to get knocked into the lowers. There it is. Yeah, it's JDG that have the Neon on Jert. So double duelist for both sides. A Sky versus Fade, and I have to say, as much as I prefer the Yoru over the Neon, I think the rest of the composition is looking a bit nicer for JDG. I think Sky is a really, really important initiator on this map. Obviously, Fade can still do her job and starting to clear out tower here on the B site. The Trailblazer coming through and Jade just immediately running them down. The right click is absolutely criminal. YU on the other side of the map still finds one. So 2 to the good now. Make it 1 to the good. Okay, K-Knight's starting to fight back and the spike's been dropped in sewers. JDG now have to sort of go on a bit of a rescue mission.
Berlin wanted to push forward, but wisely decides not to, because there'd be 2 players on the other side greeting him with a couple of pistol shots. K-Knight, who has been so crucial in at least starting the comeback on map 1. It's just down to 47 HP, but they still can play off of each other. It seems like they're not aware of FT's possible position. The flash doesn't find them, but the shots will, and it's an easy cleanup there from JDG. Getting, I believe, their 3rd pistol so far.
Yeah. Absolutely flawless in that regard today. And they've been flawless in their bonus rounds as well. So keep your eye on round 3 when that happens. But Shay, I mean, my classic doesn't do that. My classic absolutely does not do that.
Do you know in like table tennis, when the ball gets on the corner and then you're supposed to apologize? I feel like you should apologize for that shot. Like, okay, my bad. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be like, I don't know, like a double body shot plus a headshot. Must have been.
Yeah, I mean, again, unreasonable. But that's the sort of thing that feels like it's been going against Billy all day as well, right? They've not had the luckiest of times, at least not until some rounds in that second half of Lotus, where YZ was getting away with daylight robbery.
Trap play set up from BLG. However, the Trailblazer will be used in mid and will not find absolutely anything. Even though, in theory, you could be expecting something here. Expecting a rotation, just as BLG will do. Refract even being used, just to make sure he has a second chance. But JDG, it seems like BLG are just not flipping the right coin. And even though there's one player here, it's only Zhe with the Marshal, and he will be able probably not only to get the fake, but also to get a kill there. Needs to be careful about this flank now, but he's not quite as aware as he should be. JDG still has an open A side though.
Yeah, and they will be able to get a post plant in as well with probably decent setup for the post plant positions, but the planting for Heaven, not actually taking control of Heaven at all. Instead playing this one on the site itself. It's an interesting gambit, but also, you know, that main position becomes vitally important to players out here just waiting to deny. As for Billy, though, it's pretty much all through screens that they're going to make their egress onto the site. Paranoia coming in, Heroes trying to slip the net, but it's not worked out. YU fighting forwards! He's got a triple! Unbelievable stuff to go through. JDG for their second round. And it's off of the back of YU.
That's the back of the blinding light there. I mean, basically the MVP of this round when it comes to utility. But still, you gotta applaud the incredible 3K flick. I mean, spray transfer there from YU. Incredible. If I had a penny for every crazy 3K spray transfer that I've seen the last week, I'd have 2 pennies, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Is it weird?
It is.
We're in the upper echelons of VCT right now. Crazy stuff is bound to happen. Oh, well, Sekiro on that main fight, just about getting away before the saturate pops. Billy holds JDG off for now. Forced to look for a different avenue of approach, and it seems like mid is going to be where their focus is turned to next.
Trailblazer, once again, you can see the parallels from every round. They make sure that Vance is clear, and that's something that they confirmed so far, especially now with the kill onto YZ. The saturate being used there, Jakiro needs to, however, be careful. He probably, assumedly, you can see the heal coming out, so he will be back to 100 HP. And with YU finding FT onto this A side, it's basically just open and for the taking. However, you gotta be careful of the CT push. You can see the dash coming in, but Rusia takes him immediately down, and he is the thorn in their side, making sure that this round isn't quite over. Well, I say that, but K-Knight falls, and Rusia does the same. The third round towards JDG. And, well,
Yep.
Talk about parallels to the first map.
Bonuses again, still 100% on those. That's something that you really cannot be letting happen if you're Billy. Again, adding further evidence to the fact that it seems unlikely that they'll walk away the victors here. It's their opponent's map pick, and JDG are looking strong on their own desired territory. Coaching staff happy about it.
Definitely. And I can't blame him. I mean, so far, looking great from JDG. BLG using a smoke to keep this B line for now. And once again, you can see the parallels and the ideas of these trap plays, but FT, as has happened so many rounds before, just using his refract with absolutely no value found. Know that it's a gamble, but still, maybe he's using it just a bit prematurely. Jay once again on the outlaw. Seeing the damage that it can do, but they still need to be careful. BLG, obviously in the last map, were able to win one of these crucial thrifties, and they're trying to do the same here. It's a nice shot. Take it down FT there. And he was the only guy on B. So it's an easy B side, and especially now with Kane out falling in mid and the smoke's gone. He has already technically placed, but still, it's an easy conversion there. You just need to be careful about this push. Okay, in the end, he does get the kill.
I mean,
and Rusia, while he might get a surprising pick from behind, he will not get the chance to do so. YU with the 3K, making sure that JDG keeps going on their run.
that is a very, very silly round. At the end of things there, obviously, players getting caught all throughout the map, and a big triple kill from YU. Again, Berlin getting that kill is fully unreasonable. Very nice reaction shot to end it. So, 4-0 the scoreline, and this time Billy wastes no time in pressing the timeout button.
Perhaps learning from the mistake in map 1, where I believe they used it.
7-2 down.
Yes. And at that point, the ball was already rolling down the hill, and there was really no way to stop it. Perhaps to slow it down a bit, which BLG managed to do. But nevertheless, now in 4-0, even though it's not looking great, it's still at the point where you can stop the ball and maybe push it uphill again.
I'm struggling to even find an area where I think Billy have a way in. They've been comprehensively shut down in every single one of these rounds. The closest one was a pistol, and again, that was just off of a lucky timing, but I've been trying to find those synths, and JDG have clamped down on it. So, you're going to need a complete switch up of the game plan here if you're Billy. What the let's see what the coaches had in mind. And when you look at players, Neff yet to get a kill, and it's like the start on the first map, Lotus as well. YZ 1 and 4 struggling. Gonna need a big round from him to start Billy on some sort of comeback.
You can see JDG being aware of the possibility of a quick play or either trap play or a push out from BLG. So they're playing it passively. This time using the trade laser on this B side, and there's no one here for the first time in, I believe, this entire game. At least the B choke point is completely open, which puts a pressure point onto this B side. FT looking to exploit it, looking to enter on this side. He just needs to be careful. B side is, however, already clear. And now the question is, will JDG decide to go to this B side, and will BLG do the same? Because so far, he's inserted onto this B side, but now it seems like they're looking to fake A. So BLG are gonna think that the B push was a fake. But meanwhile, I mean, Crownfisher is still just walking with the spike to this B side. However, YZ is there to put a stop to that. He even uses a clone to put a bit of pressure, and in the end, I mean, look at how the map is placed. Berlin inserted onto this A side and insertion on the B side. It seems like, I mean, at this point, we're in surgery with how many insertions there are.
Billy are aware of this though, because Je got caught down in sewers on that rotation away. They had the idea, they got the penny dropped, but even still, They couldn't quite get here in time. Utility perfect to keep them away from this. Berlin just trying his best to escape. Crown Fisher dealing with Rusia on the site itself. 3 versus 3 to come on in. K-Knight, FT finding value. Berlin though,
It's not over.
gets the first kill. It definitely isn't over, but it is now. The defuse coming through. Billy get on the board.
There was a chance, unfortunately, on the rope there. You could see that his head was still visible, and BLG will not take another chance. One look and you're done. But it looked dangerous for just the beginning, and JDG is something that they're counting on. Keeping the pressure high, and even if they lose a round, making sure at least it gets as close as possible. At least they get the Seekers out, so that's 1 point for BLG. Now have 3 ults in their arsenal as well.
Yeah, this
Viper's Pit,
is
especially.
going to be a very important one. And they're one away from both YZ and Russia's, Nafsol as well. Nightfall and Dimensional Drift. So very possibly can have 5 in the back pockets to use.
Diligently picking up the orbs, picking up the kills as well as deaths. Once again, the info on this mid side, but this time JDG don't want anything to do with it. You can see one flash being used to re-clear in mid, but JDG doesn't want to go on this mid. Instead, they're grouping up with 5 players on this A side.
Yeah, looking to come on through. He's got backup as well. This duelist pair already in the site and already causing problems for Billy. Russia's going to go down. While Neff is trying to get some spams through the smoke, it's not effective. Spike plant comes in. JDG a man to the good. Take commences from Billy. It's 3 screens. And it's a bit individual. Meanwhile, on ramp, it's a bit of a Looney Tunes situation. They walk into each other. It's JDG who come out on top once again. K-Knight at least good for 1. Crown Fisher, YU though, snappy as anything. And now just FT in a 1v4. And there's no way in hell that JDG are going to let him have that chance. So they're back to winning ways. It's 5-1.
BLG stopped right in their tracks. The retake, not finding anything here. You can see even stopped perhaps before it even started. And the BLG, you can see all the players dying with their ult in their pockets. So you gotta think about the fact that maybe there was a chance if they've just pressed X or whatever key byte they have. And now, I mean, you're assuming that now in this round they're probably going to be quite hesitant, right? I mean, Rusia, yes, for a second he thought about going for a Guardian, and then maybe there's some kind of trap play that you can do, but with the chances already looking quite slim, I doubt that they're going to use a lot of resources into this round.
You just can't afford to wreck your economy that much. Much as it will pain them to effectively cede a 6 to JDG to get the money back under control. YZ spots a couple towards ramp. That jump up and information, and he does get away with his life.
Dash to decide now by FT, excuse me, by JKuro now, and YZ, even though he does get a nice shot, he has to be careful now. The shorty getting the kill onto Neff, and just like that, even though Berlin falls, similar to the wall, it's still a 4v2.
Broly's shirt, like I say, on 5 health. So an opportunity for at least a bit more damage, but realistically, JDG will have plenty in the coffers. Billy haven't really been able to string enough together that economic damage would actually be of any importance. Does fall. K-Knight though caught out in the open, and FT meets a similar fate to Neff. The shorty coming in from JKuro, and that is the round. All done and dusted. One that you always expected to go their way. Still plenty of money to reinvest, and they didn't even take that heavy losses to begin with. 2 players going down, and that means the majority survive. JDG just looked like a completely different beast. Billy didn't show up to play today.
I gotta admit, the use of the conversion pasta in the end is definitely one of the choices that I've ever seen. Luckily, they still have 4 ults in their bank. The question is, will they get to use it? I mean, at least with Russia getting that kill, he does not get traded out, even the snake bite being used to delay. But Berlin, without any flashes, he's just gonna have to face this, and yes, gonna face his death as well. With Russia getting a triple kill. However, there's still some danger on the sides. At least there was for just a second. Neff left in 1v2. He does not know about Crownfish's TP, but he has to be aware, and this could be a misplay. Just barely. The question is, was he spotted? And I think the answer is no. Neff with the Prowler, and it's awful timing. Nightfall being used. He knows exactly what Crownfisher is, and he's just down to 34 HP, but Neff still gets the kill.
I mean,
What
I
a way.
guess the clutch is off of the ult there. The decay comes in, lower health on the other side, but my god. Yeah, the coaches look stressed. I would as well. It's a 1v2 from the IGL to find a second for for Billy, sorry. And basically, it's off the back of Russia. A brilliant triple kill, nearly getting more. And then Neff nearly got caught with util in hand as well, but Crownfisher not just quite committed enough to the fight.
Listen to the crowd. So many BLG fans in the house. Just screaming for their team, doubling their round count. Russia, a key component to that round. But as we go into this next one, JDG with a 4-1 setup. Interestingly, since they do not have a Sentinel, they decide to have the secondary controller lurking on the other side.
A big fight, Russia. A couple players there, but the flash doesn't catch and the smoke goes up, so he's able to scatter away. FT retaking that space, but again, as the refract anchor dies, he will fall back to a safer position.
And out ready with Paranoia in hand, deciding to break the Trailblazer, but he needs to be careful not to be caught out, and that's exactly what happens. Unfortunately, maybe he needed a second more. And now, I mean, that's why it's called split. You can see the attackers splitting on JDG on the A side, excuse me, on the B side. And YZ left with, even though it's his signature gun, probably the worst gun that you could possibly have in this situation.
Well, maybe a frenzy would be worse.
Well, I've seen some crazy frenzy sprays in the last couple of weeks.
Oh yeah, but that's only if you're Jorgamo. Either way, the 1v5 seems like an impossible situation. And yeah, Team Ace to come through as well as a flawless round from JDG. I'm starting to feel like maybe we start to see a second timeout coming fairly shortly, because we're at that 7-2 scoreline once more. But this time, Billy chose to start on the defense, and they've not gotten anything from it realistically. Yeah, well, no timeout just yet.
We just keeping it in the pocket for the half swap. That being said, now only bandits and a couple of sheriffs invested into this round by BLG, but they're still dangerous, especially you can see Jakuro doesn't even want to commit to the kill. Just in case manages to get out, and luckily he still has Berlin's heal there. Out holding the side on his own. He will use the Paranoia, but unfortunately doesn't find anything off of it. He does find, oh, he just barely gets blinded, and just like that, blink and you miss it. B side completely open. And you're assuming that they're either gonna go for the entries, excuse me, the exits, or they're gonna just go to safe and die to the spike.
I would imagine the latter. But oh no, a couple exits hunted for. Not actually gone their way, however. So, I mean, in the end, again, this round is not one that you expect to take if you're Billy. And they won't even find a kill inside it. Flawlessly taken by JDG. Another 9-3 half possible, but opportunity for even more for the attacking team here. 10 2 possible. And that really would be the final nail in the coffin. Billy need these next 2 rounds, and the coaching staff not taking a timeout. I don't know about that one. That doesn't convince me, if I'm honest with you.
Come back to bite them in the backside.
Because there might not even really be a second half for them to call the timeout in. Do you know what I mean? Like,
if it keeps going like the first map and like this has been going so far, I gotta agree with you. FD looking for a bit of a shoulder peek here. Once again, the refract just has not found any value so far, and it's been 11 rounds or 10 rounds so far. At least then he makes sure that he doesn't die, but still, I believe if you're Waylay, you're looking for a bit more than just getting a bit of info that you could have otherwise gotten with other means. JDG grouping up, once again in this familiar 4-1 situation. Do not need Crown Fisher, who worst case can use it from the shadows to rotate back to his team. And YZ will be forced by the toxic screen to go away. The Seekers, I think we just barely doesn't get caught by them. And now with the C's, he gets everyone! He gets almost everyone! A crazy 3k there! And Crown Fisher using the From the Shadows to help his team, and in the end, he seems to be the only one left alive. Stuck in a 1v4, and stuck in the literal sense. With just 1 TP, not even close to having a range to get out of the situation. But he does not get blinded, he does get spammed. And BLG getting a 3rd one. And I mean, look at all the parallels between the first and second maps. I believe at this point it would also have been 8-3. Now the question is, can they at least get the 4th one on the board? Because otherwise, this could just be a done deal.
Yeah, it very well could. A lovely round there from YZ, however, on that push through. Completely denying the Seekers, and it's just off of that Seize from Neft. Deafens up everyone. They're decayed as well, so HP going to be lower than you would like. YZ takes advantage, but you wouldn't think that that JDG will get caught out by that again, so already you can see them taking control of that heaven space. The double dash in by JKuro. YZ forced to retreat. So it does leave just Neff on the sight screen. The position spotted there for YZ. And now he's taken down. It's a bit of a duelist fight up in heaven. And actually Neff's got a double on the site. And Billy are doing a decent job here of fighting back. They're a man to the good. But JDG have the spike and they should be able to plant here.
On the city smoke, waiting inside the smoke. Unfortunately, it's not gonna last forever, so at some point he's gonna decide whether to retreat or go forward, and it seems like the former would be the better option, at least against 3 players. Rushia has the Viper's Pit in the pocket, doesn't quite want to use it, but he still has the flash, excuse me, the dash, but it does not make squat. BLG getting the 4th one, doing what they couldn't on the map, on the first map, and making sure it's at least somewhat close getting into the second half.
Yeah, but again, the pistol round becomes paramount. And even if they don't win that, they've surely got to win the anti-bonus one of these days. Because if you're giving your opponents basically, you know, 6 or even 8 free rounds throughout an entire map, that...
Sorry, 6 or how many? 6 or?
8.
No, surely there's a number between there, right?
Well, okay. So you're a child.
Okay, damn.
That's point number 1. Point number 2 is there's 2 halves, so I'm talking about even numbers.
All right, now that makes sense.
Yeah, but either way, you just can't be giving that many free rounds to your opponents realistically, because I mean, you just give yourselves too much to do. And one of the pistols goes a different way on Lotus, and we potentially see the win there for Billy. And same question again here is, can they win round 13? And failing that, can they win round 15?
BLG so far not having any pistol round go their way. They're trying to change that here. Obviously in the halftime, they do have just about 1.5 minutes to go and talk to their coach Meanwhile, you can see how Billy, once again, even if they're on the back foot, you gotta say they're still just as emotional when getting their first round as if they were just winning a map straight up.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I'm still lacking hope for Billy here, UK.
I can't blame you, but then again, that's the same thing that I did yesterday against Nova, and then they managed to win the last two maps, excuse me. So
yeah, but they didn't
never stop believing.
Also start the second map down this
That's
terribly.
True. That's true. They did win it like 13-6, which
Yeah.
at this point would be impossible for BLG, considering JDG already has 8 rounds. But they're still going to try their absolute best. JDG using one flash and one smoke on this A side, but it doesn't find anything. So they're going to assume that it's a full B rush. Brown Fisher does have a smoke to use here, but even if he uses a paranoia with just YU helping him on side, it seems like he's not going to stick around, but he will, and he's going to pay for it. YU also no chance to get anything done, especially when your head is cut off by a sheriff shot.
Through the smoke as well. Brilliant kill there from YZ, and now Billy in a 2-player advantage. Finally, they might be on the winning end of a pistol round. Still an opportunity though for JDG to retake this, but with a couple classics in the Ghost up against still Sheriffs on the other side, it just seems a little bit more difficult to slide on across. Jay, oh no, it's all going wrong. It's falling apart once again. No. Oh, Berlin should never get that. And now a 1v2 for Russia jumping in. How the hell have Billy lost that round?
And it seems like the beginning of the end. Not only that, but the end perhaps of Billy as a whole.
Oh, they still have the lower bracket.
Well, not if they're playing like this. But they do still have a chance, you're right. But JDG inching in closer and closer to getting to, as you said, Masters Champions.
Yeah, I knew that was going to come back.
That's what you get. Now up 9-4.
Oh dear. Billy going for the 4-spy here. Stingers, a Spectre. Still just a Sheriff on Russia, but their chance to get something back. The problem is that there's a judge waiting for them up close and personal. Berlin tucked close and out. Not being cleared by the Prowler.
They've learned from last map that they cannot let them run away with this. So BLG going for this force, and if you're talking about Stingers, Spit is probably one of the best maps where you can do it. So many close range fights, and when you're on attack, you can decide where you want these fights to go. You can see that's why they seemingly want to go through vents, basically as close range as it can get. However, if you cannot talk about close range without talking about Jay and Berlin's judge, who could just be a thorn in their side. However, this mid and male is still free for the taking for BLG. Oh, you will be spotted.
Chance to get into this site. They've not cleared YU. Crownfish has found another. At the very least, Russia can get something done, and they're starting to trade things out now, but it's in JDG's favor in the 3-on-2. YU very quickly put in the dirt. Suddenly all even. JDG, though, with a Judge and a Phantom. Still looking good for this. Guiding light out, it gives them that first bit of egress, and now Russia falls. And K-Knight will do the same. So the 4-spy not coming to fruition. And JDG now up on double digits.
It looked competitive for a second there. Unfortunately, Berlin still had his full util, while at the same time Russia and Knight together had exactly 0 pieces of util. So that's always going to be a tough hold for the retake of JDG, especially with how they're looking here. And while it was quite a bit of damage, unfortunately the damage also goes the other way. Now the question is, do you keep forcing here? I personally think you should, but it will definitely hurt. Yeah, you can see. I believe they just don't have the confidence to keep going with this, and this could be a slippery slope of just keeping and just forcing every round and just losing every single one. So perhaps taking this pause, at least for the mental, could be the right decision for BLG.
Yeah, very possible. Then they're trying to fight up mid. Two players waiting for them. There's the refract for Jakiro. Jay with the judge. Been
Such a
shut
nice
down
idea.
immediately, and now even double dipping, going for more. It's the second
爆
bite
能
of the
击落在
apple,
中区，
and they've found the kills they need. The 1v5 now for Rusia, standing against the full JDG complement. And it's going to be flawless. It's a sheriff shot to seal the deal as well, adding more fuel to the fire. Once again, round 15 goes the way of JDG. They're starting the half with a 3-0.
You cannot blame BLG. At least in this round, you really like the idea. Unfortunate there, not only one kill getting from the rope, which, I mean, you assume that with the rope inaccuracy, you wouldn't always get that kill. But then not only that, but yeah, because of the smoke, getting the freedom of just running through it and getting another kill with this judge. It's looking like a tough task here for BLG, but they do have a full buy. And the 4-11 scoreline, that's something that you're not really envying.
No, I wouldn't want to be in this position. Again, the comeback can feel incredible, but you don't want to actually
侦查失败。
have that be the case.
Berlin needs to be careful here. He probably has to go against 4 players, and he will only get the first
爆
one.
能击落在 A 区，
However, YU takes his place onto this B side, so there's still a bit of pressure possibly here. And especially they don't see the corner, but it doesn't matter. Now Jay, once again, the next one is just falling down, just bit by bit. And it seems like they've all just decided to take 1v1s, and well, if those don't go your way, well, winning the round is going to be miles away. And it's a nice try from Crownfisher, but it's only going to be a bit of damage onto YZ, who still survives 20 HP. And Jakuro, with the saturate in his pocket, full shields, and a Phantom, wisely decides to go for a save here.
Oh yeah, I mean, you have to.
Could still go for a bit of damage, which I believe could lead some consequences for BLG. I don't think their money is looking too great. You can see that's why he's sticking around, but
减速，
it's a great saturate, but it doesn't hit. And even though he will force Rusia to buy shields again, it will not be anything more.
Paid the phantom tax there. 10 health left.
预测被消灭了。崩溃
Nice
之
entry
中
there from FT. You can see the dash once again into sight, joined with his Euro. And even though you feel like maybe YU in a different world would have gotten and should have gotten that kill, you cannot argue with the results. BLG, they still have some fight left in them. The question is, how much?
Yeah, that does become the question. Because they're still trailing by 6. And would need 8 in a row here if they were to claim the map in regulation time.
雾化终止。
Trailblazer not spotting on anything. Jakuro does go for a reflect play there. Unfortunately, Rusia is just on top of things. He knows exactly what the plan was there. And BLG, I mean, look at how much map control they have. JDG has to be careful about anything that they might want to clear. Especially Berlin now, as he goes into vents, you can see how careful he is about everything. But FT maybe a bit overeager for that peak. And pays with it for it with his life.
兵不厌诈。
YZ inching forward onto this B side. But there's no one here. With 30 seconds, they can take their time. There will be no retaliation, but obviously, the sooner you plant, the quicker the spike is going to tick down. So at this point, you can see the plant being open with the Viper's pits, being aware of their resources. And JDG doesn't have any util to get into this. Just one flash and one paranoia, and that's really it.
我先去了。
4v4. Jay doing his best to clear each angle diligently. YZ's going to be the first point of contact here through the Viper's pit. He's just been domed out. Jay trying to rush on in. Russia has been found and spotted, but JDG just unable to fight through the ultimate. 3v2 now. Billy looking like they're going to hold on, and JDG want no part in this. not buying what Billy are selling on the B site. Instead, it's just that retreat on out.
But then you gotta be careful. Don't die to the spike.
Better not.
If you just
he's
barely manages to get away. Would have been
that would
an
have been
interesting
funny.
decision if you
That would
decided
have
to
been
stick
very
there.
funny.
Definitely. BLG, once again. I don't know whether this is a very weird variation of the Fnatic strat where they used to always start on their weaker half so they could try and come back, which at the time they were very good at compared to, well, right now. But BLG are still struggling. YZ finally getting his first op this round and then attacker side op on split. Let's see how he uses it.
Trying to take this line. Crownfisher waiting on the other side of it towards the B site pillar.
锚点消散，
He cleared him out. Still going to be waiting for it. Now they have that visual confirmation. And goes to saturate, flashing forward. Crownfisher. He's got the shrouded step to escape. Billy have...
They're already here.
Yeah, they've
The
liked
smoke doesn't find anything.
They've liked the B site, and it's finding them success once more. Crownfisher on the site itself, or at least very close to it. He's flying back from the deficit. Jay's got an operator of his own. Rushia's going to fall. Starting to lock down this area of the map, and really it's all here, an all-out brawl. The Seekers coming in, Crownfisher trying to play out the smoke. The flash is brilliant, but he's not able to capitalize. It's all been just so far with this sniper rifle, and he's got the overdrive as well, looking to go forwards, left, right, center. Berlin getting involved himself into the smoke. The shots aren't landing, but it's the right click from Sher. That's match point now secured. JDG with 6 chances to go to champions.
If the op doesn't work, pull out the overdrive. If the overdrive doesn't work, just pull out the classic, and that's going to be enough for them to get to match point. Just 1 round away from seeing them in VCT champions. Last timeout for BLG. JDG this time not using a single one. At this point, funnily enough, it was JDG who used one. But now they're confident enough, since they were the ones who win the last round, that they have enough firepower, enough prowess to get them over the finish line, to get them to 13 rounds, and to get them to the global stage, to Shanghai.
Yeah, that is what they're going to fight for Billy. Though, it's looking even like just more and more likely that it's going to be the lower bracket for them. The lower bracket final tomorrow against, again, the winner of our second match of the day, which is between Nova and TYL. I think every single team that's left in the playoffs now has an exciting storyline and a reason that we would want to see them at Champions, but only 2 can make it. Again, it's grand finals or your year is over for any of these teams. Thankfully for Billy and JDG, they're not going to be out just yet. Again, that win would get them directly into that final spot. Billy though, still trying to fight back on this one. Dimensional drift into the site to get the information. Why is he just going to wait it out? Secure himself in that backside position. YU baited out by that double dash from FT. Billy, 2 to the good at the opening stages of this round. Flash around the corner. JDG have to fight back, and that's exactly what Sher's done.
The final pick there with the operator will be difficult to use, and you can see why deciding to swap for the Phantom. Now they need to be careful about Rusia. He's still on behind there, and even though he refracts, he gets the kill. And Jakuro dying there, making sure that JDG does not find a way back into this round. And the match win would at least be delayed by just a little bit longer. As Leggy would say, 5 chances.
And for Billy Billy, 5 more needed in a row. Get to that overtime position. Timeout bears fruit, at least for the first time of asking. So at the very least they can write home about that. See what the plan is this time around. It's towards the A site that Billy Billy turned their attention, but Spike is heading towards this newer position in mid.
Alone. Looks like they want to put a bit of pressure on A, and then I assume they want to keep going B, or mid, excuse me. But no, it's just them grouping up together, putting a bit of pressure. But you can see Yuko on the minimap behind that smoke. And since he doesn't hear anything, well, they might think it's a trap play. That's exactly what happens. But now, BLG already going onto this A side. They do not know that the A side is clear, but the From the Shadows will show them exactly that. And the FT, excuse me, saying Jay Kuro needs to be careful about his refract. But that's, I mean, that's the value that you want to see. Giving him a new chance at life. And now the convergent paths here, but he pushes in front of it and gets blinded, but it does not matter. YZ getting a kill there, but then a bit of retaliation from JDG there. It's a 3v3, now it's suddenly looking way closer. YU presumably also getting a gun upgrade here. Now it can be a competitive round if JDG just played their cards right.
Saved rifles doing exactly what they wanted. Well, the saved rifles and the operator as well.
YU.
Side of the smoke, trying to play the timing. Rusha has it red. Crown Fisher caught by the C's as well. Has to see around it. And again, just not really working out. Sure has been caught, and he might be able to survive. It's a hip-fire shot.
Second one this match so far.
Yeah, unbelievable with the operator, but he's just going to have to save it into round 21. JDG are starting to lose that distance between them and Billy Billy.
I gotta say, I don't like the decision of YU of standing in the opposing Viper's smoke until he's 10 HP and then taking the duel. You can see there, even though it was a headshot, it didn't need to be. Maybe not a very wise decision from the top fragger from JDG. And you can see the first timeout being used at 12-8. While BLG have 4 chances to get to overtime, JDG has 4 chances to get to the coveted 13 rounds. Agreed.
Suddenly starting to worry for JDG, or at least I am, that Billy Billy can still fight back and find a way into this game even still. I mean, Vale will certainly be feeling that. That's why the timeout's coming in. But I mean, that was also a bit of a save round, right? In that one, you just had a couple of rifles saved in, everyone else on pistols, so now a real opportunity to get something done here. Not quite a full complement of rifles. There's a judge on side and some weaknesses when it comes to the shield department, but
sitting there on defense, exactly just what I was talking about, using the Viper Spit exactly in the same spot. I love that, the misdirection of using the Viper Spit and then the operator on the exact same side, and that will give him a free kill. And now, well, talking about free kills, talk about the freest kill of your life, but it's quickly traded. So the bleeding is stopped, and you can see BLG wanting to rush A by YZ getting a kill, but now that he gets traded, they stop right in their tracks, and they have to decide and reconsider where exactly they want to go.
This has been a strange round so far. Not entirely sure how YZ was able to catch Berlin out there. Obviously they're in the dog, but how do you get past the dog? That's a real question I have. Now the B site going to be pressured. Crown Fisher the one to be put under the microscope here. The one way that he's got established inside a garage for now, that dark cover will soon drop, and there it goes. So now the push from Billy Billy coming in Crownfish is trying to play front side. He's been spotted out. And YU getting involved. He's sprayed down too. And JDG, against all odds, against all predictions, they've made the run all the way through the upper bracket. One more match remains in the stage. But for them right now, something even more important. Qualification to champions. Shanghai is their final destination of the year, and you can see what it means. And a 2-0 victory against Bilibili. This has been the Cinderella run to beat all Cinderella runs. They came out of play-ins as the bottom seed, and now they're heading into the grand finals from the upper bracket.
JDG finding their fairy tale ending, and what a fairy tale it was. From 1-4 in group stages to completing a flawless run in playoffs, and now being one of the top 2 teams. And even, I mean, if they look like this, depending on who they play against in the grand final, maybe looking like the best VCTCN team overall. You can see the coaches there congratulating each other. The mutual respect, always something that you like to see. And JDG, take your bow. You've well deserved it. Welcome. Surely not the first time you've been there, but welcome to Shanghai.
Well, yeah, I mean, despite the regular stage all of last year, but even still, a Champions event, their first time at the international stage for JDG. What a way to do it in the final event of this era of partnerships until that new format comes in 2027. They finally made it to that global stage. And while some of the players will be familiar, again, YU on Wolves in 2025 when they went to Toronto, Berlin from the old FPX days, you know, a blast from the past there. It does just, it's got to feel so damn good for the players on this roster to finally make it. Coach Bile back where he belongs as well. But incredible result. Now let's send it over to the interview and we have Bidos on translation.
Hello J-Crew.
Hello， 我是 JDG 的 J-Crew。
恭喜你们拿下了这张通往上海冠军赛的门票，非常的不容易。可以看到今天无论是对方的选图莲华古城，还是你们之前做了很多调整的霓虹钉，其实整体都展现了非常强的一个压制力。尤其是你今天个人火力的发挥。
Yeah, everyone played so well. Everyone was so strong today. And you're all very proactive today. How does it feel right now?
对自己的要求还是非常高的，但是还是一个非常漂亮的。
We're just really good right now. It's like my hands are like shaking all the way.
赛段的6强，再到现在第2赛段，你们拿下了这张门票，你们一整年的辛勤耕耘也迎来了一个巨大的收获。
It's like we've seen you like improving just every single stage from kickoff to stage 1 to stage 2. How do you think teams changed so much so far? And he says that it's mostly because of like mental. And it's like they started like 1-4 in the group stage, and then now they're like here.
因为哲选手之前在接受采访的时候反问过，有想过 JDG 可以走到这一天吗？那现在拿下了这张门票，我也想问一下你，你有想过你可以走到这一天吗？
没想过。
And did you ever think you guys would get to this point to qualify? He says no.
心情又是什么样的？
And how do you feel now?
就是，但是我们还有更重要的任务要完成嘛。
And he says that I'm really happy, but we have more important missions to do.
马上是你的第一次世界赛之旅吗？有没有自己比较期待的？
Anything you're looking forward to on your like first international qualification? Anything you want to experience?
世界不同的强队交手吧。
多学习各种不同的经验，
he just wants to play every other team from any region.
那今天在赛场上交手之后，我们知道你们私下关系其实是非常好的。他们明天还
And then you also said before that you wanted to play Nef, and now that you've played against him, you've beat him. Anything do you want to say to him?
是的，期待你们可以在总决赛再次相遇。
It's just good luck tomorrow. We'll see you in the grand finals.
接下来让我们用联想拯救者手机 Y70新一代。
And that's it for the interview. It's time for a selfie and a pressure for the audience.
Gotta appreciate the honesty. Do you expect it? Do you expect to be here in the stage and getting to champs? No. I mean, straight up just no, but I mean, dreams do come true. And I mean, shout out to JDG. Just saying, you gotta appreciate just the players being like, it doesn't matter who we play, we just want to play everyone. And also showing respect to the fellow comrades on BLG. See you in the grand finals. I mean, what a game. And it's always an extra treat when you see that these caliber of players are gonna make it to the biggest stage of Valorant in the entire year, in the entire world.
Yeah, and what is exciting as well is that, you know, this is their first stage without Stu, which is, I know I keep bringing it up, but it is that crazy thing because we all said, you know, this is Stu and just like 4 people that he needs to carry. That was always the narrative around this JDG team, and then coming into 2026, we're like, okay, it seems like Stu actually has a team around him now. And they came, you know, in that 5th place position in kickoff, and then stage 1 had a bit of a wobble. They made the roster change. Stu is out, and now this team is finally finding the form, finally finding the results that they would want. But Stu's still going to be at Champions, right, with EDG, so, you know, it's not all for naught, but, you know, for these players, this is such an incredible achievement, especially as no one expected this, not even themselves. An unbelievable run through the upper bracket of the playoffs, and we'll hear what this game sounded like in the team comms.
别漏给我们加那块儿，不烟斗，不烟斗，机电的出，机电出，不烟斗。我都看了，我看了，加了，不用，压出了，来打3了，一闪光，爆点，不知道，下，点点 ，nice， 哎，太不顺了吧 ，my boy， 你的闪很不顺哎，顺，看不了了，我被淹了，我淹黑了，别站太挤啊，别站，我淹3点黑，帮我击搞2楼，我跳位，我都帮击搞了。我都帮你击搞了，击搞了，谁出了，推了，我不开不，我给 CD 淹了，我给 CD 淹了，我该管了，二楼下一个，我打他，2楼下，紧张，apple 进了，叫他左边叫他，我在架，能去爆点，我在加爆点 ，OK 去掉，打了，我这里直接跳行吗？别，我来，3、2，跳，一个避动口，下踢，双来的3、2、1，两个，让我知道，爆点一个。不行！不点！有到了！
You can hear their passion, their excitement, and just the entire release of tension there in these rounds that they've won. And what a game it's been. YU deservedly with a KD of 2.5 on that Viper pick and an ACS, I'm sorry, of 270. That is absolute insanity. Making sure JDG get over the line to Shanghai, to Champions, where they will now have to face, well, let's be honest, way tougher opponents from many different parts of the world.
Yeah, but they've already beaten Champions level opposition in this stage. EDG were eliminated in the play-ins by this JD Gaming roster, and no, that's a team that will be at Champions as the 3rd seed from VCT being that top of the points table. But realistically for JDG and for YU as well, this was an incredible performance. He's a player who knows what it takes to be at the international stage, to make those long runs at an international event as well. A 3rd place at Masters Toronto with Wolves Esports last year. And the Viper players topping the scoreboards for each team. Rusia as well with a 16 to 15 KD, which is decent, but again, not enough to get them over the line. And just the 4 rounds won in the second half. Again, gave themselves too much to do in the opening 12.
Jay and Jakuro with 14 and 19 kills, joining him on the scoreboard. But still, YU, as a Viper player, you can see how much impact you can have. And now we see, I mean, a perfect 1-to-1 correlation between first kills and rounds. Completely the opposite of what we saw last time, where it seems like, well, in this case, you can at least say that BLG, if they got the first kill, but it was very likely that they also won the round.
Look as well, I think is that 3 flawlesses coming in for JDG as well, so looking strong. And Jert, well, he might not have been at the very top of the scoreboard, still with 6 multi-kills, the same as why you are MVP of this map, and excelling the average in pretty much every single regard. 1.92 KDA, looking very, very, very strong. And it's from Jay as well, this duelist role, that JDG are able to take the series 2-0. 13-7 on map number 1 of Lotus, 13-8 here on Split Summit. It was not required in the end, and Billy sent down to the lower bracket tomorrow. And it's JDG Mike who make it to the grand finals, who make it to Champions Shanghai. An incredible result from them.
Billy Gaming still has a chance, though. They just need to win. I say just. They need to win 1 match. Now, the problem is it's either going to be against Nova Esports or TYL. A result that will be decided by another wonderful pair of casters, which will be here in just a couple of minutes. But until then, I mean, what a game it has been. What a pleasure it was, and what an honor it was to watch JDG and finish. I want to say finish their Cinderella run. And even though the story itself, this is the climax, but still, there's still an episode left. We still have the epilogue of them potentially even winning stage 2, and I believe in that case it would get the first
season 2 of the show is them winning champs, right? That's what happens.
I mean, the train has started chugging along. If you want to get on it, I mean, at some point you got to do it soon.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, Nova versus TYL is the second game of the day. That one's for elimination. That one is to see who plays Billy tomorrow in the lower bracket final. Who continues their charge to champions. It's between Nova Esports and TYL Esports, and it's going to be Snow and Veggie to take you through it. So don't stick it. Oh, I said it again. Don't go anywhere. Stick around because you don't want to miss it.
Inside of me, you better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me, and he gets caught real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Lots of blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it forced apart. If you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped to be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, bounce on the rhythm? time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We could take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes. Yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. Bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm?
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Project Horizon, bringing you all the drama here in playoffs as we are getting very close to the end of playoffs China. Joining me today is Snow.
Yeah, I'm glad we're getting to the end of playoffs China. It's going to be a banger for sure, and to be honest, for me, an unexpected lower round considering how everything else has gone. I mean, it's just unexpected results all in playoffs, so predictions thrown completely out the window. I hope you haven't done any prep for this, Veggie, because you might not even be able to use much of it.
No, well, I had done prep, but I'd left the stream open, so I was hearing myself twice, which is what caused all the confusion, and now my brain's a little bit frazzled. But listen, I think there is obviously some things to look into. I think the biggest shock is what we've just witnessed in that previous best of three, which was where JDG have managed to go from 1-5 in group stages to get themselves confirmed a place at Champions, which I think if you spoke to anyone at the start of never mind the start of the stage, like at the start of the whole year, and said that JDG would be at Champions, someone might have tried to take you to the vet and have you gently put down. But instead, we're here and we're talking about Nova versus TYL, both trying to get that place that's left remaining, right? There is only one spot left, and it's going to be between either of these three teams.
Yeah, and I personally was a big fan of Nova and TYL and how they played during the group stages, and I was like, okay, this might be my finals. This might be what I expect to see in the grand finals. But no, both dropped down relatively early on. Well, I say relatively early on, pretty much the earliest chance most of them could have got. One upper bracket, one semis, right? Yeah, exactly. So the fact that we're now seeing them have to do the lower bracket run is crazy in and of itself. And these two teams have played before in the group stage, and I have mixed opinions about it myself, Veggie, because I know a lot of people were saying that Nova looked like the stronger team. It felt to me a little bit like TYL knew they had playoffs secured. We're just testing out a few things, so I'm interested to see how the result of this one goes. Now that the heat's up a level in the kitchen and the stakes are actually starting to get closer to being prepared. Jay, okay, I'm with you. I just want to call you out a little bit on saying that you personally thought that Nova and TYL were good in the groups, considering one was 5-0 and one was 4-1. That's a really, really brave call from you to make. That the undefeated team looks promising and is good. So that's well done on that one. I don't think anyone else could have foreseen that at 4-0, but well done. But yeah, I think you're right. Both of these teams have like some really standout players this stage in particular. I think when you're looking at the likes of TYL, you've got Slowly, who's the second highest rated player over on, if you're judging things by ACS. For Nova, you've got your controller, and Azir is the third highest ACS player, which for a controller in itself is absolutely nuts. And then you start to look at who they have at the dual front to be the one to lead the team, and then you're looking at Swagsor with the highest kills per round. It's 0.9 per round. Swagsor's likely to get a kill, so granted he's basically getting a kill every round bar a little bit. And then obviously toe and toe with that is the highest on ACS, so it's not like either of these teams are really struggling for firepower. They are both the teams that are really on form at the minute. Yeah, and well, we say on form, but you know that form has been dipping just a little bit.
I mean, it's one game against JDG, right? I think that's both of these teams is the only way they've got here. But like you said earlier, TYL lost to Nova in the group stages, was their only loss leading up to that JDG game. And for Nova, the only loss they've taken this stage is to that JDG side, who have now got themselves in the grand final. So I don't think it's wrong to say the form's still there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, they did beat them in group phase, but then decided to not look in for the playoffs. So take that as you will. But it's very much a situation where it has been a bit of a harder battle, obviously, for them. Yeah. Nova getting through beating Gilai in a 2-1 victory, which isn't obviously a result that they would have hoped for. They would have liked a bit more of a dominant battle, considering, you know, they look like the strong team in groups. They look like the team that could be running it to the grand finals, and then having to battle through that lowers becomes a little bit more difficult. But hopefully now that they've maybe warmed up a little bit, you can always make that argument of obviously JDG at the play-ins. It gives them a bit of time to scale up and get ready for the playoffs, whereas everyone else kind of has to come in cold, only having really scrims as their only practice before they play those matches. So there's always that argument to be made that maybe that's the reason JDG's looking so good, is they just have been able to warm up and get ready through the play-ins, and that momentum's carried them forwards. But now Nova and TYL, having played a few matches of their own, should be properly and efficiently warmed up for this, and should be able to hopefully make some moves.
Yeah, and I think that's the exact thing that you've kind of hit the nail on the head there with JDG in particular. I mean, we were talking about it in relation to Trace, who obviously didn't come to fruition for a team that was also bottom of the table in groups, knew that they had to go through play-in, so could almost experiment a little bit and start to figure out things that have worked. Obviously for them it didn't. For JDG it has come to very much fruition. But as we start to focus back in on the game that we have today, like once again, Nova versus TYL, 2 wins for either of these teams will send them to champions. 1 loss will send them home, and that is not where either of them want to be. But let's have a look at what we have to offer on the likes of TYL. Snow, one of your favourite players in the Sufat BB, the hype man, the initiator that led Wolves to some international success, makes their standout here on TYL, having left that Wolves squad. Having looked at the rest of the players, we've already highlighted DRV. Splash is another really strong player to watch from slowly, and of course the momentum shifter of Scales as well.
Yeah, and it's kind of a ragtag group of people that were all just brought together to kind of make a team work, and they've managed to do that with great effectiveness. And on the flip side from Nova, you already highlighted mainly Azir and Swagzor, how good those 2 players have been throughout the groups, and also partly in just the couple of matches they've played here. But it's the whole supporting cast that's been able to make this team so good.
Yeah, 100%. When you look at the actual leaderboards, you've got Zhuang, who's second on first kills, first deaths, who plays Sentinel and Viper only. I mean, every stat that you kind of try and style it down to, one of these teams has a player in the top 2, which once again goes to just show that these 2 teams are really teams that will be very disappointed to be here in the lower bracket. At least one of them would have anticipated being in that grand final from the uppers, maybe not grand finals, but would have thought to be where JDG were, right? I think that's a match that everyone thought we were going to go see coming. You said earlier on that you thought this would be the grand final coming into it. And I think both of them really have that chip on their shoulder to be like, okay, we might have fallen to this resurgent JDG side, but there's still one place left to grabs. I think BLG looked a little bit shaky and looked gettable from the match that we just saw in that last series, and both of these teams will think that if they get past this, they have a really, really good chance of getting to champions.
Yeah, and you know, if they're able to keep the run going and win this matchup, it should be hopefully an easier matchup for them afterwards, playing against BLG, who, while they have looked decent, haven't looked like a completely unstoppable team. So it's definitely a team that both these squads will be confident against.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's exactly it. It's just this one hurdle that they need to get over. It's a team that they're both confident against playing with, both obviously coming from Group Alpha, like you highlighted. Nova was the victors in group stages, but TYL were close. You said you felt that TYL could have taken the victory that day themselves if they just had the slightest of step-ups, and ever since then they've managed to have that little bit of a playoff run. Yes, they got knocked down in the semi-finals of playoffs, but it was against that JDG side. So I think when you look at this, often you come in thinking it's going to be a fast 2-0. Often you're trying to hype up moments that maybe aren't set to really come into fruition, but I truly feel with this game that it could very much go either way. It's just going to depend on who's prepped the hardest coming into it, and also those star players is who's going to shine the brightest.
And when we look at the last matchup between these two teams, first map, Split, went to overtime. It was literally a 14-12 win by Nova. Second map, 13-11 win on Summit. And it's not like one of these teams was just outclassing the other. It went right down to the wire in both the maps that Nova won. And while on the stats you look at it and you're like, oh, 2-0 victory, nice and easy, a couple of rounds going the other way would have been a 2-0 result for TYL instead. Yeah,
you're talking about one pistol being converted the other side, and that is that result flipped on its head, right? That's all it takes, is one of those little small moments to go maybe one clutch finally going in your favour or flipping the other side, or a little bit of teamwork just being dialed down ever so slightly. And you would have had to imagine both of these teams will have looked back on that series in preparation for today to find what the catalyst was that either set them further ahead or was the one that brought them back. So they'll just be trying to find that little tweak that they can make in their roster selection, as well as what they're going to play in map pool wise to make that difference.
And it's important to note that in their last matchup, I think part of TYL's struggle at the very least was we spoke about slowly and how good they have been for this team. A bit of a lower level performance in that first matchup between the two, wasn't quite able to get a lot done, and that might have been part of the struggle for TYL. A few other players needing to step up more than they have needed to during the group stage. And if they can come in with a bit more confidence here slowly and start to get stuff going early on, then TYL could look really strong here.
Yeah, I think on the flip side, for a team like Nova, who were the ones just to take down July, that I think that was a really big game for July Gaming, right? You look at the champs sort of permutations that came around that. Obviously, July Gaming now qualified regardless, but going into that game, they felt like they pretty much had to win to try and get back to where they want to be, especially prep-wise. Maybe not after the All Gamers result came in, but they would have been looking at that one as a real top dog on the region that they've managed to come down. And I think if you want a confidence booster heading into a do or die series, beating pretty much the number one seed bar EDG is the best way to do that.
Yeah, it's definitely a good way to ramp up into it. And while it was obviously a close match, it's still Gila you're playing against. It's still a team that has this international experience, has performed well at internationals as well. So it's not like they are just one of those teams that makes it in struggles. You know that they have international level talent, and pulling through on that one is going to give them a lot of confidence going into this matchup.
Yeah, and as we get into the map veto here, you're going to get to see Ascent, Summit and Lotus as our decider if we can get there. It's a strong map pool for all three teams. I'm just going to try and scroll down to see what's on my map. Actually, TYL coming in with a 0% win rate this stage on Ascent isn't the strongest outlook on that one, so maybe change what I've just said towards that. Summit is 100% TYL and 75% Nova, so both teams pretty handy, at least in terms of what they've faced up against on Summit. Obviously, you have to take into considerations the opponents and how many times they've played it, etc. And then for that last one is Lotus, is probably the closest map that they have between them, with a 75% and a 67% win rate. So if we do get to map 3, then it is promised to be a very close game. I think the difficulty for TYL is fixing those errors that they've had on Ascent, obviously feeling the bans previous to it are more important to them. But that's going to be the first challenge.
Yeah, I think the important thing to note is I'm pretty sure that TYL's only loss on Summit was to Nova, and that's where that 75% comes from. Yeah. So it's 75% with an asterisk. It's 75% where your only loss is a 13-11 to the team that you're playing, which obviously can be a bit of a worry, but we see from TYL on Summit that they're bringing in the Harbor comp. Maybe we're experimenting a little bit too much. They had that double duelist with the Harbor. It didn't quite work out as they expected, but having time to review that and change what they've been doing, whether it's the comp itself or the strats that they decide to run with that comp, they've got a fresh outlook in this one.
Yeah, and I think just to speak to Summit as well on its own is that I think China as a region were one of the first regions to kind of really lock in on Summit and like not be afraid to play it, and that's something we've seen as a region constantly. Anytime new maps come out, that they like to take the challenge there and see what others have kind of tried to pioneer on that map. But now globally we've seen a lot more play of Summit, so there's a lot more sort of footage to watch through, whether you're looking at Americas, Pacific or over at EMEA. So for both of these teams there's other ideas of how to play the map up as well, which always makes a difference when you come into these really close games.
Let's be honest though, Veggie. This region has a play style of its own. It ain't going to be copying EMEA and Americas out here.
Listen, if you're getting set for champions, you're going to want to know what you're going against. I think for both of these teams, that obviously will be the goal. However, the focus right now has to be on this matchup, right? So you're right in that aspect that they're going to be hyper focused up on what gets them the win in this one to try and steal that place, and then rightly enough, they can start to focus on who they'll be maybe seeing in that champion spots. EMEA obviously still have chance for some tier 2 teams going through. Like we said, China, the tier 2 unfortunately never quite made it through the first round and play-ins here, which shows you the strength that we have at the very top. But as we're getting to that top, it's between these two teams. TYL walking out and Nova waiting in the wings.
I wonder how long they have to wait in that pose before they get shown. They're like, we're ready in 30 seconds, and they've just been sat there, just awkwardly waiting for the lights to come up.
It's like us waiting to go live. The timer's down at 0, and we're just sat there ready to go. Like, and no, okay, 10 seconds.
Yeah. a little behind the scenes. People don't realize that, but Veggie is actually AI. He's a robot, so he pauses between every time he's not on cam. Every time he's not on cam and the stream's not live, he's just frozen, and we have to activate him before he's actually able to speak.
They don't have AI this old, okay? Listen, AI hasn't made it to the retirement homes yet. We're all good. We're all good.
But as we head over into the other side of the walkout, Nova, obviously not going to be the most confident they've ever been, considering they are in the lower finals, but still should hopefully be brimming with excitement for this matchup. They've already had the beatdown of not only losing once in that group stage to this team, but also being dropped to that lower bracket. So having to have a think about their different strats, having to have a think about maybe if they want to change anything up, and a lot of energy coming from Swagzor right there as they walk out.
Yeah, and I mean, rightly so. Like, this is the team, remember, that beat TYL in group stages. The only team that managed to do it in groups. And yes, like you said, they lost to JDG, but they have to be coming into this with the most confident. This is the best that they could have hoped for. A team that they've matched up against already, proved that they can be the better side. They just need to do it one more time and then take that result to BLG and say, look, we want that champions place, and of course we can do it. When you flip that to TYL, like we've been saying, they have a chip on their shoulder to say we should have won that group stage match. We were just getting ourselves ramped up for playoffs. Didn't overly feel the seeding was that much of a difference, albeit losing that seeding match as well, which kind of sends them into this spot. But for both of these teams, don't get it twisted, this is the biggest game of their careers, of their stage right now. Maybe not for Sufat BB, but take that aside and park it in a different box. But for both of these teams right now, this is the biggest game of their careers, of this stage, and it really is like a do or die moment.
And to kind of bring it back to that what you were talking about, not the biggest game for Sufat BB, I feel like that experience is going to be so important for this TYL squad. Having a player on that has been to that biggest stage that can calm everyone down and be like, look, this is not our final game of the playoffs. We are going to make it through this and have to battle again if we are to win this one. And that veteran presence cannot be understated, especially when it comes to these do or die games.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, you're seeing the effect of the hype man all across around the regions. You're seeing Patitek getting a whole load of praise for what that hype can bring to the team on the big stage. Sufat BB was that player during that Masters run, right? Everyone was enamoured by this player standing up, really cheering on his own team, hyping everyone up. And it's that sort of passion that needs to bleed through today to maybe be that difference maker, to really just bring that next level of energy. You know, like when they're scanning Goku and he's over 9,000. That's what they need Sufat to be today. That they need that power level really raised up, both in the server and on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is an understatement. I mean, we're going to see it on the stage no matter what. It's whether it's in the server, because I know, Veggie, when we have spoken before during the group phases, you've said that Sufat BB not always performing to what you would expect for a player that's been to Masters. Obviously, in the last matchup between these two was one of the top performers, and very much needs to do that here again if TYL are wanting to make that run towards champs.
Yeah, he's almost trying to reinvent his name after that Wolves team sort of crumbled into chaos after that Masters run, right? I think a lot of the players on that squad's names kind of went to dirt when we were all expecting them to grow so much, and then they just kind of faded into darkness, to quote Alan Walker. But now it is just this resurgence of saying, look, it wasn't a one-off, we're capable of doing it again, albeit in different factors. And now, as we're getting ready for this one, bringing onto Ascent first, it's traditionally none of the same comps that you typically see for an Ascent, which is always a nice thing to see on a Friday morning.
Yeah, I feel like this meta's been great for kind of changing up the comps. It's brought its own little staleness out of you're most often going to see that double duelist, but I love the fact that Ascent is no longer that, oh, let's just pick Jet KO, blah, blah, blah. Everyone knows that same standard comp. We're seeing a bit more spice. We're seeing a bit more change up from a lot of these teams, and this Neon coming into Ascent can be really make or break. If they can't play around the Cypher setups well, Neon can either look like the best agent in the game or the worst agent in the game. Yeah, look, I'm really excited by the other agents in the lobby, believe it or not. I'm favouring into the Phoenix and the Chamber composition, not to always be the devil's advocate to you, but I feel like Chamber in this day and age is really bringing some extra value that the Cypher can't. Quite a fan of seeing Vice as well, but I think you get to see a lot more aggressiveness come, which can take a very defense heavy map pool to make it quite offensive set for you, and you can kind of overwhelm a lot of your opponents in that way. So for the side of TYL, who have traditionally struggled over here on Ascent, this isn't an easy matchup to start off, and the composition isn't really one that's become overly meta, become over reliant, and a lot of footage on it. And Nova just continue to put the foot down on that gas pedal and try and put some distance between them and TYL for this matchup. It is almost time for us to get the result we've been waiting for. At most, we're going to get 3 maps, which feels like it is not enough for the caliber of teams that are playing. We're always going to be left wondering what would have happened if this was a best of 5. But either way, at the end of the day, one of these teams is going to be walking home with regret, and one of these teams is going to have to prepare themselves for yet another match.
Yeah, Ascent, the home of Valorant, could be the grave for one of these two teams as they are trying to book their place in Champions. 2 wins is enough. One of them has to be here, and it starts with an open engagement over by Tiles. Slowly will not play to the namesake and will die.
And off of that, it's a fast hit. Sufat BB needs to get out, needs to find a way to stay alive. But the paranoia is great. Manova just splitting the site, trying to push through into the smoke. And they're forcing, maybe over-forcing a little bit too much as they try to get as much pressure as they can. But it's TYL attacking from all angles. Swagsaw getting themselves into the round now. But it's awkward. There's too many places to check, too many players to find. And TYL coming through with a nice, easy pistol round for themselves.
Yeah, that comes from Nova getting the first pick as well, right? Putting themselves in the numbers advantage, taking down on slowly, and then just hyper-focusing on where they had to go, struggling to get through that choke point. And when that happens, you need someone to make the call to change up the direction. It was just forced into here. We feel like we maybe can push off at the back of this, but numbers favoured for TYL for where they were heading onto. Weaker site not identified, and that gives TYL the first pistol in this series. Not something that we're maybe expecting with the compositions, but we are here. And now as we head into round number 2, it's a much slower buy and a focus over towards B. Orb's been prioritised to try and get the run it back. That has to be the objective for this round.
You got to think maybe TYL a little bit more suited to defense, having that hard anchor sentinel as Cypher, able to have more potential at locking down these sites. So would be hoping to get a good lead in defense here so they don't have to worry about attack as much. But Nova just prodding and poking around the map, seeing what information they can get.
Yeah, there's not really much being given. The shock dart forces Swagsaw across, but that's really all that gets to be seen. Feels like TYL still had the idea that B site was where the bodies were going to be, but you can see some racket being made over towards A to try and cause a distraction, and it's pulled one body over to guard onto there as well. Pings into garden, worried about what could come through mid. But this drone could be about to reveal the whole game plan. And it does get one, but that should almost speed Nova up.
Nova off the back of that, wanting to push forward. They are going to have to go into a trip. It's 3 people lined up, but not quite a spray committed. Spectre's almost the perfect weapon for this kind of engagement. As Scales and Sufat BB just decimate the push from Nova. And that might be the difference we're talking about when it comes to these Sentinels. Cypher, very much able to lock down these sites if the trips aren't dealt with.
It's only round 2, I can't get too angry yet. It's actually through a flash as well. I just feel like you see the first trip go off, and then as soon as Nova get themselves like on site, yes, they've only got classics in hand, but there's no movement after that, right? It's literally into that first choke point, and then the bodies just sort of hold as if they were stuck in quicksand. There was nothing but a trip in a cage, and you know you're going out to your death, so just risk it. But now they do have this deficit to overturn. Round now starts to favour in towards them in terms of rifles. Spectre's all in hand. Outlaw for slowly. Nobody's going to give that first angle off. You can see it's been watched. Nobody quite one shot here either. So it will have to be 2, and slowly gets forced off of this angle.
Bit of chip damage over to Swagsaw though, so maybe a play can be made onto site. CB pushing forwards, trying to be that opener. Scales caught in a corner, but slowly does manage to finally finish off the kill they started. Pressure is not going to stop there. As a lurk from Guang. Might not be able to activate. The timing is being sped up from TYL here. They look like they potentially want a flood, and it's a 3 versus 2 on site if they go down. The pressure is being created. Flat splash with the flash. Wall out as well, but not able to give them the angle they need. But the kills are there. And now it's an absolute horror for Nova. As it's a 1 versus 3 clutch that needs to happen for this round to convert. The spike's just being stuck. It's been halved. The kill is there. And now it's becoming a bit more winnable. Sufat finds the angle. And it is not the start to the game that Nova would have wanted.
It's not, I'm lost for words again. You've got a player holding...
He's upset already. He's upset already.
Like, I mean, maybe the wall just hides them, but from our POV, it looked like you could see him holding up on top, but we're just sat there. Need to have a look into that. That wall could maybe be a nice little one-way for the defenders to get back on site, but I think you're right. I mean, Guang really needs to hurry that rotate back up. The numbers could be heard on Heaven, so need to pace that through. Worrying signs for Nova, who came into this with a 100% win rate on this map. But just remember that. This was supposed to be their map in series, but instead it's TYL who look like they've got firm grips on this one.
Right now, TYL. Not quite sure where this hit could be. They have spotted out the site of the chamber, but it doesn't really mean too much since they know that this player often going to be on that lurk, often going to be isolated. But with that information gained, Nova's actually just deciding to pivot.
Yeah, the problem is they're going to walk into this Cypher setup that's been causing them problems throughout the day, and we're only on round 4. But the march will continue and make its way in towards B. Short dart prep to try and get some chip damage. Recon out to focus at the back. The paranoia doesn't hit, and slowly we'll just collect the victors.
That's what the Outlaw's good for right there. These kind of rounds. Potential flash out onto backside is great. As 2 kills are netted for Nova. Spike will go down. Slowly being pushed onto. Maybe a bit over aggressive there from Azir. But it is a retake for TYL now. All 3 players pinched in sight. They have managed to pick themselves up at least 1 rifle. This is going to be what they're playing through. CB finds the 1. Looking for more here as well, as it's a lovely crossfire. Slowly with the Outlaw. Would have to go for a quadra. The timing from CB. So good.
This is great.
They have no idea. Peeking back and forth slowly. Creeping around the corner. The spike's going to be tapped. A flash goes out as well, but slowly finds the kill. And Nova seems like they can just do no right, even when it is going well for them. They just can't find the angle. The defuse failed! Benji, what?
It was all going so wrong, and then it went so right. I think the dash into the wall maybe just buries enough time. An unfortunate round to lose. You have to say, CB does a whole lot of guarding on this site. Counting down the time right at the end. And I don't know if slowly
I don't know
maybe
if the sit down is. I don't know if the emote is yeah, that's maybe not, but getting the energy there is definitely going to help this Nova squad. But a round win there does save their economy just that little bit, and they've managed to get Kwong onto the op.
Yeah, after 2 people bringing in a bandit, it's a weird purchase. That's one thing to say. It's maybe not the traditional purchase that you'd maybe see. And Azir's going to jump peak and see that the operator's walking down mid, and that's going to force the hands of TYL to backtrack and get themselves over on towards B.
TB just pushing forwards though. He's taken down. That's a rifle over to TYL now. They should be hopefully fully equipped. The op trying to find something, and this is where the attack operator can really do work in these post plants when they're able to get themselves onto an angle. But slowly doesn't care, just peeks forwards, and that sparks aggression from Nova. But it's unrelenting as TYL just looks to move forwards, looks to take these fights. It's 1 versus 1 now. A peek out the smoke, but slowly is anything but that with the flick. And TYL now 4-1. You question the buy, but when slowly's hitting shots like that, you have to eat your words, Veggie.
I was just wondering to see if he was going to lose to the spike again, you know. That's a 1v1 that he's lost with 100% rate to date. So maybe there would have been a difference, but no. Plenty of time, and that is a really nice angle. Guang just not watching far enough. And then right at the very end, Quinton tries to take that timing out of the smoke, but the jet knife's too fast to slice up. Continue to serve the gap on this. A 4-1 that should be a 5-0, you would feel like. And just as Nova thought they were getting some momentum, they're shut back down. Do have the overdrive to invest into this round. Full shields along with it. The problem will be dealing with this operator that's now in Slowly's hands. Really tough to push off angles. You don't have too much utility to force it off either, Snow.
Well, apparently a jump peek is all you need. It forces that operator back towards site. But a counter flash, Swagsaw great with the wall to counter the flash, but no, it just decimates them. As soon as the wall drops, it's a firing range for TYL. And now it's just unwinnable for this Nova squad. Azir is just going to run away and doesn't want to save this weapon, so maybe just hunting for an orb potentially. Get that ult online, but
he's going to
not
get
much
the
to
ult
do here.
And then teleport onto Spike, isn't he? Oh, okay, never mind. The ult's got him. There was a world in which the 1 versus 5 was a slight thought. Maybe not the right one, but it was... yeah, not a great start here for Nova. Let's make no mistakes about it. On a side where I was hyping up what the attack could look like for them, it's been very painful, and that's why this timeout, maybe even a little bit late to coming into it as we head into round 7, a 5-1 deficit that, like we said before, could really and should have been a 6-0. Coach and staff have a lot to try and fix here after what they would have assumed was Tyler's worst map pool.
Yeah, I honestly am just... It's a conversation that happens so much about making Ascent your map pick, because it is such a historic map. And all of these teams would have played so many scrims, so many matches on Ascent, that when you choose it as your map, you have to come in with something fresh, something new, a new idea, a new way of playing the map that kind of throws them out of whack a little bit. Because if you just play a more standard style, Tyler's going to know how to counter it because they have experience on this map. Even if it isn't one of their strong maps, it's still something they would have played a lot of.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just looking at who they have played over on Ascent. It was Fun Plus Phoenix and JD Gaming. It's a 54% defensive win rate for them that they came into before today, so they're on track pretty much to do that and more, set to best it. Worrying sign is that it's a 17% attack win rate. 3 attack rounds they've managed to win previous to this.
So they want that 11-1. Yeah, statistically they need that 11-1, and Nova does not want us to let that happen. Potentially just a flash push into site here, but it's into a Cypher trip again. It's these setups that they're refusing to deal with that are just ruining their day time and time again, but they've managed to find the trades. Players playing off of each other, exactly what Nova would have wanted to see, but it's a 3 versus 3 on this post plan, and still utility available for TYL, as now Nova kind of exhausted all their options. No forward space either, so they are going to be crunched onto site. Information gained, the hat is thrown, but Guang is just that much cleaner with the shots, and now it's up to Slowly to try clutch again, but it's a good timing on the peak that nets Nova a much-needed round.
It's a wake-up call, to say the least, for Nova. You would have been fancying that's what the coaching staff was asking. It's where this team have been. It's a team that we know are very, very capable of playing this game, and is certainly setting the standard on this stage. And right now, none of the players that we'd highlighted for Nova had really shown up or given us anything to be hopeful with. And the fact that we're now heading into round number 8, and CB's got 6 kills, Swagzor's really struggled to get online, and Azir, who is one of the highest rated players of the stage, is sitting down there with a donut. Not really what you want to be seeing, but as we speak about food, the operator gets forced back into pizza, flashed off the angle, and picks up a double!
That is just horrific for Nova fans right there. That has got to be a heartbreaker. It's a perfect flash, but the timing on the shot could not be better. And now Nova at a loss for what they want to do. They were so reliant on that mid-pressure. And Azir has to try find it alone. It's a creep up, a lurk, but slowly waiting on this angle and just going forwards into the smoke. Pure overconfidence right there. Wanted to go for more.
Yep, that's the donut hole filled. 1 kill for Azir on the board. Confidence maybe start to lift up. It's just what the backup plan comes into for Nova here. 3 versus 4 in the numbers. Yes, mid is pretty much under their control, but that's about it. Quentin tries to get the spike, but it's taken down by Splash. And as Azir goes exploring, it's only going to be Guang that's left. Operator in hand, 4 enemies to go. 5 bullets in the chamber, there's a positive for the chamber, but you'd have to fancy this is just a gun that you want to think about saving.
I would love to save this now, but see that Splash is running over towards this B site, does not want to let them get out with the op, does not want to give them an angle. All 4 players coming over to try force that weapon off of them, and they've managed to do it. Get that operator out of the hands of the chamber, give them less avenues to play through, and keep this momentum going.
Do they bring double op into the next round? You'd have to imagine not that. I'm sorry, this is just absolutely disgusting. Like, I'm pretty sure you need a VPN to watch that type of stuff in the UK. That is vile on all sorts of levels. For Nova, they really have to feel incredibly hard done by.
No double operator, not quite your prediction onto this one. Instead, it's just going to be slowly anchoring over towards that A site. Maybe looking to catch somebody out. The one-way going to be used as well. The other side of the map, Nova just pressuring a bit towards B. And I would love to see them deal with some of these trips, as they are starting to do so now. A shock dart used, which means this B hold is not going to be as strong anymore.
That's not going to matter about how strong the B side is to hold, because the bodies are sprinting over towards A, where unfortunately for them, the boss, the final boss, the theme music is waiting to hit. The chime of death, you can flash them, but it's not going to matter because they will still find a kill. Sped up a little bit, and it's the knife that eventually takes it down. But access gained to site at least.
Access gained to site and kills to boot as well. It's now TYL that's in the back foot. Nova very favoured on this round. Looking like they potentially can get themselves 3 here, unless it's a big round from Sufat and Scales. Really need to find an angle, but with the off watching this heaven peak, it is just going to be a save from Sufat. Nothing else to come from this one. And I was thinking to myself, I didn't get a chance to say it, but what was Slowly's exit plan there? They get the kill, but no one there to support. There's no way for them to get out after they get that one.
Well, I think this is the difference maker from having someone like Swagzord on the Neon, right? I think the typical exit plan is Cloudburst into dash, back onto site. But the thing that the Neon brings you is that relentless pace and aggression, right? Managing to just quickly push it down so they don't actually get a chance to follow up on that action. And that is, that's the difference that you're going to see. It's a really aggressive angle to take. And when you have a Neon that can really punish it, probably the only agent besides like a Whaley that can really get you forced up into this spot.
That's just rude. That's just mean.
It doesn't get better the more you watch it.
Oh my gosh. But now starting to look a bit stressful for Tyler. You spoke about their attacking side struggles on this map. Need as many rounds as they can get on defense before they go into that attacking side, especially with the composition being slightly more favored towards defense. Having that Jet really to use that operator and be able to get out afterwards. That Cypher as well to lock down some of these sites. And the fact that Nova's starting to pick up a bit of momentum. A 6-6 half is definitely not what TYL wants.
Yeah, and I think the other benefit for Nova out there is that a lot of the rounds have been quite close, right? Although it's felt very one-sided in play style. Tyler's money isn't going to be fantastic. I wouldn't expect to see another operator being brought into this round by the likes of them. And with Nova being able to pick up weapons from the bodies that they claimed, they should be able to get upgrades on pretty much everyone that was alive there for free. So they should start to really feel the swing in this game. And attacking Odin is another questionable choice. We're getting a lot of questions in this series, but as you can see, is Tyloo on that eco. Yes, they have a Guardian in tow for the hero of Sufat BB, but this is an opportunity for Nova to really start to feel themselves and close in the gap.
Slowly doing anything but that. Just trying to establish presence mid straight away, and it's not going to be the best push as from all angles, Tyloo just peeking out. Swagzor now. He's going to spot in bottom mid. They know the player is there. It's a crossfire set up towards A now. Drone killed, and they're like this Odin maybe relying a little bit on the fact that they have been able to get sight. They have been able to get to post plants. So maybe just looking to bring all these weapons in that can bolster against those retakes. But if you don't get onto site in the first place, it's very difficult to make that Odin work.
Oh, and I think you're just seeing a complete slowdown to try and draw numbers across the B. But the problem is the Cypher is held up watching on mid. Camera and trip set over towards there, so they can just hard anchor here and don't need to move.
But they are going to have to move now. Is drone going to be used? The shot out the air! The jump drone! And they just get their head ripped clean off. So now Scales is like, guys, mid was locked down, B was locked down. What is going on A? And I don't feel like Scales has much hope into this round. Would be good to just maybe save that operator, bring it into the next one. He's going to try have a go here. Peeking into that Odin. Never a situation you really want to be in. We've seen Brock do it for NRG. You do not want to enter that Brocktagon once it is on site.
No, definitely not. Man, I'm getting left with so many questions here. What is that? What are you doing?
Oh my God. I also feel like it's a bit strange even to need to throw the drone there because they have the information that are on site, but nonetheless, a mistake made by Tyloo is a round one for Nova. Operator is picked up again. CB using the wall with great effectiveness and a molly towards Pizza as well to force away slowly. Sees the toes of this Jet. It's going to force them back. CB single-handedly getting all that pressure towards mid. It looks like it is going to be a B hit. But CB taken down means this split is no longer an option. Scales able to hide just in the corner. Could have perfect timing on this. Pushing out and decimating Nova from behind. Swagzor now has to be the hero. Has some space to work with, but a no-scope to the dome. And a shrug from Tyloo there. As they know that that round was clean from them.
Yeah, they got the mop and bucket out and fixed the mistakes from before. You have to feel that kill in mid pivotal to a lot on round, and then, I mean, Nova just not even worrying that anyone might have been hit over by Button. Just a push out for the cleaner to execute at the very end, putting the Nova stocks back into the bin. But there's still a chance to come through. Focus here will be to play on mid. Money still invested, and Swagzor is just going to push through the molly and will be quickly taken down. The Starman is not starting to shine so brightly.
Oh my, that's a bad way to start a round, and this gets even worse the longer it goes on. Scales again playing around the smokes, playing around the angles that they can find. Not able to net that much here. CB dashing forward, slowly cannot get out. We've anchored up towards this site. And it's a double swing from both sides that just cannot net anything. An 8-4 half. TYL not quite out of the woods yet. You have to highlight again. What was it? Only a 14% win rate on their attack rounds on Ascent before.
Yeah, 17, but close enough. We'll give you the margin of error. But like you said, it's 3 rounds that they've managed to win. 15 rounds lost. So it's not like it's even, oh, they've only played a couple rounds and it was only a couple that their opponents needed to win. It's 18 altogether in 2 matches, an average of 9 each, losing substantially on both. But for the likes of Nova, they have a pretty strong win rate on their attack. 65% was what they were coming into this series with, so nowhere near the standard that is expected of them. I mean, what is that, a 30% win rate or something that they have coming through here? Really not good, especially on their map pick in such a series, right? This is one that we had kind of tried to speak up coming into, that is really a statement map for Nova. It's where they feel like they could cause the most damage and put themselves in the best stead, especially with the best of 3 that's coming up. They could have put themselves in a potential 2-0 situation here, but actually it's TYL that probably comes out of this half feeling quite hot on a map that they've traditionally struggled with this stage. Already really starting to cause a little bit of mental damage to the side of Nova, who would have thought that they had the series under wraps.
Now the difficulty for TYL becomes making this attack side work. We spoke about the woes that they've had. But like the win condition for them is if they're able to get onto site. We saw Nova not really willing to respect the Cypher trips. So if they can get a nice clean site take, keep that Cypher alive, get some trips set up, it's going to be a bit more difficult for Nova to play around flooding these sites.
Let's see how they adapt. The pistol could have huge ramifications for the rest of this map. Nova coming in with that 100% pistol on defense. TYL 50% on attack. That makes some bit of sense given what we've seen for map control. And it's going to be a little bit more of a focus over towards A. 2 people trying to cause chaos by B, but Guang is all over it, holding down the sight line. And the noise that's made over by A will try and force the attacking team to pivot. Whether that's going to be mid or A, or B, sorry, we'll have to find out.
Of this setup, a little bait and switch can happen. If they check that corner, it's pretty much a one and done angle. It is a mid pivot, as you highlighted, could have been an option, and it's been left completely open. Nobody watching, no utility on this side of the map either, so Swagzor is going to have to rotate and check this one. As the smoke goes through, is going to have an inkling that it could be a B split, but the drone being used towards A actually to give a little bit of false information is going to be great for them. It's going to make these Nova players hesitate just a little bit, and so whiffed shots is not what you want to see, as now the push through onto site decimates the side of Nova, and their 100% win rate might just be getting a little bit lower.
Yeah, you'd have to say the odds not in Nova's favour right now. a frenzy and a classic to try and get this retake on. One curveball, a smoke and a paranoia, but 2 HP on his ear. Makes this incredibly challenging. One molly could be enough. Thankfully no one has a molly. But it's a gunshot to the head, takes him down instead, and as CB needs to get this reload, it's Slowly who collects a 3k for the round. Very well handled from TYL on that one. Really slow play out of B main, allowing for when the split activates to push at the right timing. I really like the way it was done.
Did CB learn nothing from Swagzor? When you're out of bullets, just run at them with the knife. Clearly that's the most effective strategy.
This is true, yeah, you're not wrong. I think the problem is right now is Nova don't really seem to be learning much in this series. There you go, you are the best. Don't need the translation for that one. And right now it does look like TYL are the best in this server. Nova really struggling to wake up and get online today, especially with the stakes. It's quite a disappointing start for them. Wanted to see the best showing. We thought this was going to be an incredibly close game, but instead TYL are one away from getting themselves on double digits and have really invested into this round to give themselves the best chance of that. The Eco Hunter and the Outlaw can set them up for a round 3 victory as well. 2 Guardians, Scales with that Sheriff that can go hunting at the end, can be passed over, and now we're splitting in towards mid. This fight for door could cause a lot of damage.
Potential nerves is what we're seeing here. Missed shots that we wouldn't usually expect from some of these Nova players. As CB tries to get on the flank, but it's just instantly shut down. It is a bit of a weird position to be in, though, as there's a lot of Nova players in awkward angles, but it's an attempted aggressive play that just goes so wrong. They were doing everything well, but Nova just tries to pull the trigger in maybe opportunities where they're not quite ready to do so.
Yeah, and only one gun being lost there as well, the Sheriff that was brought in from the last round. Really pretty much an optimal round for the side of TYL. Splash getting a couple kills as well, gets even closer to that run it back. What, 2 orbs away now? That could be a real difference maker as we head into round 15 here. They can get that orb and an extra kill. The site can be opened. But we'll have to see what they favour on. You'd have to fancy that Nova are aware of this presence that can come in, which is why CB's picked up the judge, choosing to be the executor of this A side. See how well he handles it.
Nova right now. We call him Judge Dread, but dreading is all they're going to be doing. Is right now this A site, it's worrying for them. They have got 2 players here, a potential pivot as well, a third with a player towards tree, but just pressure created from TYL. Don't want to force too much while they are on a bit of a weaker buy. Still 2 rifles to play through, and with them being on Scales and Slowly especially with how they've been playing this game, you are definitely going to want to play through that weapon.
Yeah, and you've had Scales guard this B orb, right? So Splash, very much potential to pick it up and get the run it back without needing a kill. And Quentin not really going to be able to do much to defend it. Couple shot darts, maybe to try and cause some chip as it gets taken away. But the site's just going to be executed on anyway.
Still not wanting to commit just yet. It is going to be the push now. 17 seconds left, so full rotates can come from Nova, but they will not be there in time. As Scales just finds a kill through the smoke, doesn't seem to care whether there's a smoke or not. And CB with this judge gonna have a bit more of a difficult time getting back onto this site now. Was heavily reliant on them hitting towards A. Potentially just looking for some exits. 11 rounds should be the scoreline for TYL after this one. Spoke about how weak their attacking side has been. We spoke about how close this matchup was before, but it is anything but that right now.
Yeah, this isn't feeling like the stakes that are on anywhere near it. You're potentially looking at like a play-in standard of match that we're seeing from Nova. Really disappointing from them, given what they had to play through against Shilai to get themselves on board. A map that they'll be looking back on is an error in the pick For TYL, you have to give them their plaudits, right? We can't just focus all the negativity on what we're seeing from Nova. This is their best performance on Ascent to date, at least on this stage. Already getting more rounds than they ever have on this stage for Ascent. 3 on attack, the new record for them, and it'll be 2 more that they need to send themselves into the next map with a match point on the horizon.
Again, a much needed timeout from Nova. We saw a little bit of success out of the timeout when they were on their attacking side. This is going to have to be a big switch up for this squad right now if they are to turn it around. Just coach staff needs to get this team a little bit on the same page. I feel like maybe Swags are a bit disjointed from what the rest of the team is trying to do. We've been seeing them dash in without much supporting utility quite a few of these rounds, so if they can kind of combine their ideas together, make sure that they're all on the same game plan, we could see a potential switch up, but it's difficult to make work with how well TYL's been playing.
Yeah, but I think when you look at the composition that Nova are coming in with, it's very aggressive, right? Chamber's obviously going to be relying on getting the scope rifles as much as possible, kind of disrespecting some space and trying to hold on to that with the TP back. We're not really seeing a whole load of that. And then you look at the duelists that they've got on board with the Neon and Phoenix. They don't have a whole lot to hold the site. They should be shutting down extra lanes and really being the aggressor on this defensive side, but instead they've been very relaxed and allowed TYL to be the ones to take the space. Finally, we try and see some challenge on it, and Guang is immediately forced back, but it's a positive sign. They just need to keep that solution up. You can see they've tried to push out a B there as well, tried to clear space, which allows the numbers to then head back over towards mid and A. Problem is they didn't identify Scales, who could quickly cause a rotate in.
Swag saw the benefit of this. Neon can rotate here quickly, but Scales heard those players from B main leaving. It's mid pressure that comes through now. No idea about it just yet, but TYL maybe has a bit of an inkling. Are going to peek out top mid. That jiggle lets them know that there's players there. And it is a headshot, but it is one of those Phantom versus Vandal. Which weapon do you pick up? And Nova very much going to be wishing they had those Vandals in that situation right there.
Yeah, 2 versus 4, but like you're saying, the health pool for all 4 left for TYL, really nowhere near it. Basically a 2 versus 2 if you were to add the health up. Armor nowhere off it either. For the side of TYL, they've chose to come where Nova are. First call kills in, but the paranoia is great. Swagzor has to activate and has done. 1 versus 1, Scales versus Swagzor, the battle of the S's. Who will come out on top? It's Scales, who despite the stun, puts his team into map point on the opponent's map pick.
And it feels so rough because Nova needed that. They needed that. It was such a big play from Swagzor, almost bringing it back. And the stun was perfect too. If it wasn't for Scales hitting the shots right before the stun happened, that would have been a round win. But now it's Nova having to do what you could call the impossible. 8 rounds in a row, back to back is needed. And that's just to force overtime, not to even win the map out. But Swagzor getting 2 kills from the start, just looking to take this game into their own hands, is traded, but they've given Nova an opportunity. And that opportunity is taken out away right then by Splash. There's now a 3 versus 3, and this map is going to be so spread. You asked for it before, Nova. Being aggressive, taking some space, trying to cut out the potential options for TYL.
Yeah, it feels like Nova really haven't managed to get a grasp on the numbers when they've had it in their advantage. Thinking back to that first pistol, all the way back to now, they've had the potentials, but Azir, 1, 2, just misses the third by a few, but it's CB who gets it in the end. The double push out pays dividends, and it is so. It's the actions like that that are really going to be the difference maker if Nova want to keep themselves in this map. It's a long way to regulation, but it has to just be continued pushes and a real focus from the team.
There's It's a good result for Nova, but it's a bad result for me because you know what, Veggie, it proves that you're right. When Nova can get out on these aggressive angles, we can see what it can do. It can cause a ruckus for TYL. We've got to do that multiple times in a row, and going back to a bit more passive play now. Are trying to get control of B main, but it is A that TYL is looking towards. A potential fast play could just come through here, slowly looking to dash out onto site. Has the knives as well, but Swagsaw in his ear, getting kills for themselves. Numbers advantage again for Nova. A 5 versus 3 retake is the opportunity here, but slowly knows that they need to make a play happen, knows that they need to be aggressive. 2 players now towards Heaven. As this smoke drops, they get themselves a kill, and they're looking for more, slowly just looking to push forward. A flash out into Heaven is good, but they've done the job they needed. They have dwindled down these numbers from Nova, who are just looking to push forward, just looking to retake this site quickly, and they will manage to do so. Some ultimates invested, but at this point in the game, they need every round that they can get, because they do not want to lose their own map here.
Yeah, well and truly worth it. And it is just these aggressions of shutting down the lanes, taking away options for TYL that have managed to win it. And we mentioned Swagsaw coming into this series with almost a kill per round. Well, he's starting to catch up to that name now. 16 kills in 18 rounds. Got a bit of work to do to make the difference up between Splash and Slowly, but if we keep seeing Skyboard or match point for TYL, then there's every chance that that is possible.
Operator now being used to anchor down on this B site, which means more pressure can be put towards mid. More members able to fight on this side. It's an Odin on the defense side. Really love to guess right as to which site they're going to go towards, but right now TYL not really giving away much info. But Sufat is taken out. It's an aggressive play that sparks the kills from Nova. A trade yet again, but Scales on that lurk. CB finding the timing, and it's chaos across the map. Spike stuck in mid. No one knows what's going on. Everyone's at a loss, but TYL, when the dust settles, it's 2 players towards mid. Swagsaw peeking out, getting a bit of that information. TYL can go exactly where they want. It's a 2 versus 1 no matter which site they go towards. Nova banking on CB right here. Getting a kill and manages to get both. Nova, they're starting to make the dream slightly more a reality.
You know what CB stands for, Snow? Clutch boy. That's what happened there. Not quite a clutch by numbers, but a 2 versus 1 heading in towards the site. And CB makes sure he gets both. Nova keep fighting our way back into this match. You can feel the belief starting to rise, the game plan starting to come into fruition, and TYL starting to show the cracks that we thought were possible on attack. Problem will be, as if they anticipated this teleport across, and Guang is slightly aware of it, but not overly. Will get forced back into position, but main thing is to keep the life and the operator in hand.
TYL not sure if they want to commit into that operator, which very respectfully so going to back away. Do not want to deal with that weapon.
The worrying sign, Snow, is that nobody's covering mid. You've got the chamber trip to kind of watch Garden, which is where Azir is also watching. And at least you've got to say is Nova have kind of respected the space out of B-main for now, because it was an eco. The Owl Drone gives some false information, which called out a push, and actually makes some mistake, which forces Quinton to have to retreat with this Odin.
It has to peek out, but can't find anything. Somebody has to be the hero for Nova here. It's a 2 versus 4. It's a difficult situation as well. Close angles to deal with. The operator is definitely not the weapon you want for that. And this game should be all but done for, barring a momentous play from Guang, which will not happen. TYL, clean, clinical, managing to shut down Nova and every avenue. And despite all the stats saying that this should have gone Nova's way, it's actually TYL pulling through.
Yeah, it was too late an adjustment for Nova in the end. The Thrifty being the final blow to their map pick. But you had to see that the positive signs were there for Nova right at the very end. They managed to get themselves back in with a fighting chance. It was just too little, too late. If we'd maybe seen that adjustment come earlier on in both halves, then it might have actually went that different way. But TYL, you have to give them the props and the credits, looked really strong in that first half, managed to shut down a lot of what Nova were offering, and then on the attack, they didn't have to do that much. 5 rounds was all they needed to take from their attack. Granted, it's 2 more than they've ever done previously, but it was enough to get them over the line, and they head into Summit, a map where they have a 100% win rate. Will roles be reversed, or what do you think?
Well, Veggie, after how the statistics went in game 1, I don't even want to commit to a prediction just yet. I think one thing that has really showcased within this map at least is that TYL has done their homework. It felt like they were ready for everything that Nova could offer them. You look at that last round as well. They knew that as soon as they saw the Cypher, technically alone, because it was the only player they saw on the drone, they were going to aggress, and they had set up a counter play for that specific scenario, which just shows how many steps ahead. You look at all these plays, anytime Nova goes aggressive, TYL's got utility waiting to counter it.
好了，上面小烟一大，2路上没有，可以下吗？小志，一包，开小志，帮我下吧。啊，小烟小，给小我一刀，别大看就行了，没事。往他顶，左边，拆棒了，拆，OK， 我拆，右边，左边。Let's go！ 我去杀我，OK， 我又打。啊，他比你更怕，兄弟。架着我呢，在 B 头呢。可以，我来。来，黑了。他退过点了 ，nice！ 我电到你一个 ，nice 啊！好靠，小飞 ，Thank you man，Let's go！ 我来了，他这跟我 CD， 来，过来。躲一下，手里，来，跟我，潮水，我拿80，还没见爆，Jumper 刚才也在 ，nice， 我 pick 了，我打到过他，大试试，打他。你以为我团务，我上来打你吗 ？Nice， Let's go！
There you go, you get to see it. 8 multi-kills for Splash coming in. Really unstoppable in the lobby on his day. Nova not really finding any solution to deal with this Phoenix player. A 2.7 KDA Snow. That's the difference that you want on your Phoenix.
And for me, Splash and Slowly had a great game in terms of those duelist players really able to make stuff work, but the unsung hero for those attack rounds has to be Scales. The lurk timings, the picks that they were able to get was just really confusing Nova and making them kind of run around the map. I mean, we saw the frustration to the point where they were actively trying to hunt down Scales because of how much pressure they were creating on that weak side of the map. And while Splash and Slowly were doing all the work in terms of fragging, you've got to commend Scales for being that thorn in Nova's side.
Yeah, was really able to dictate the pace and take it away. Yeah, you do have to say though, once Nova managed to figure out how to deal with them in terms of Scales, it was maybe slightly different, but Splash is always going to be the one that we're sitting talking about. We thought it was going to be the opposition's Phoenix and Neon that were maybe going to be the highlights, but it's TYL who continue to come out and impress us. A 13-7 over here on Ascent, on a map that, like we said leading into this, it really isn't their best pick, having lost to JDG, having lost to FPX, a team that bowed out really early on in the competition, managing to show that they've been making the improvements in the downtime that they've had. They had the play-ins to rectify some mistakes. Not too much time since losing to JDG to fix the mistakes, but clearly taking something from that series to come into this one with.
It's almost 50 kills when you combine the scores of Slowly and Splash. And when you have a fragging performance like that, it's difficult for Nova to compete. And you look at this, 14 first kills to 6.
Yeah.
Not a situation you want to be in.
No, absolutely not. But for the side of TYL, that is the situation you want to be in, right? You do want to be the ones picking up those first kills and converting it. However, it did feel like Nova had some of those numbers go into their favours, just really struggled to collect it. And then as we get a look at another star player for TYL, slowly with 7 multi-kills as well, almost feels like that's, I mean, it's not quite every single round, but it feels like it, that one of those two duelists have managed to pick up a multi-kill.
Yeah, literally, most of the round, more than half the rounds, one of Slowly or Splash is killing 3+ people, which is a crazy stat to have and a crazy performance from these players, and a good job for TYL making that work, setting those players up to really be able to play off of each other and find avenues for those multi-kills. But Nova on the flip side, you know, they tried to bring in Ascent, tried to put TYL onto a map that they would struggle, and now they have to go back to Summit, which, to be fair to Nova, was a map that they won when these two teams last played.
Was it?
Was it?
I feel like
Veggie's so little trust in me. So little trust in me. Check it, Veggie. Check the stats. I'll sit here. I'll wait.
No, you're right. You're right.
When your co-caster has so little faith in you, he assumes that I'm always going to be wrong.
I was looking at the wrong map. Apologies. But anyway, while we fix these technical errors in my head, we're going to send for a little short break and get ready for both of these teams as we head into map number 2, which will be Summit. It'll be a banger, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to Project Horizon, bringing you all the action from VCT playoffs as we're ramping up to figure out who the fourth team to join at Champions is. It's TYL taking on Nova. One of these teams will have a chance, one will not. Right now it's TYL that's in the driving seat, Snow, heading over towards Summit, of course, where they have a 50% map win rate, having lost to Nova previously.
Yeah, I mean, it's bold for them to pick this map, but this says to me that if you're picking against Nova, who you lost to previously, you're bringing in a fresh perspective. Whether it is a change in the compositions, we saw them playing Harbor before as a solo controller and playing into this Waylay Neon as a double duelist. Even if it's not a change in composition, maybe a change in playstyle.
Yeah, I'm just trying to have a look. They played this in the upper semis against JDG, right? Bringing in Waylay, Phoenix, Omen, Fade, and Cypher, which is a map that they've won in those upper semis. So quite, like you say, very different ideas and playstyle that comes towards that. Obviously getting a victory against JDG, who were the teams that sent both of these teams, let's not forget, down into this lower bracket. So clearly maybe I'd have worked on that once again in their downtime, similar to what we've seen on Ascent. And you're right to say they will be feeling kind of confident coming into this. They've just wiped out one of their very worst maps, being Ascent, won it kind of comfortably. I want to say it's comfortable. It got a little bit scary at the very end, but they managed to make it comfortable. And now they head in towards here, which, like you said, different composition, different feeling, maybe a different positive mental attitude.
I would definitely say so. I think when you look at it historically, these two teams obviously played this map before. It was a 13-11 victory to Nova, which you can always argue when a game is that close, it's normally just a pistol or one or two clutches that go the way of the winning side. And in high stakes matches like this, you know, it's all just about maybe who shoots better in those few couple rounds, who gets that clutch, who gets that pistol round. So for Nova, coming into this match with momentum now, having won that first map, a map that neither of us were expecting them to really do well in, they've got to be feeling themselves.
Yeah, like you said, it's TYL that come in with momentum, it's Nova that come in with this no-momentum, as they kind of struggle to get their star shooters online as well. We'd highlighted of how the potential of everyone in the squad, whether it's Azir, I'm going to have to pull my notes up, and everything, or the Swags on, or anyone else that kind of comes through. But all these players were really at the top of the leaderboards in terms of everything that you could look at from the start of the stage. And then on Ascent, they were kind of missing. I think we were almost 8 rounds in before Azir was able to get their first kill, having been the second highest rated player in China this season. And that's not a good sign. That's quite a worrying and a concern, to be honest. But it's something that I'm sure they'll have addressed in between maps, just trying to get that confidence up. We've seen it kind of come a little bit back within that second half of the second half, when they were starting to be a little bit more resurgent. That timeout that made the difference to get them back in. But they can't leave it as late here on Summit. It needs to be from the offset, and it needs to be from the go.
And you know, you've always got to consider as well, Valorant is a game of opportunities. It's all about what opportunities you are given, what opportunities you can take for yourselves. And it felt like Nova was not given opportunities by TYL. It was actually TYL pushing the pace a lot of the time, dictating the style of play. So from Nova, you're looking to really bring the game into your own hands, make them play your style of play, and not kind of sit back and let them take control.
Yeah, well, Valorant is a game, you're right with that one, and it's here on Summit, which is where we decide if it's going to be a game that Nova get to continue playing for the rest of the year, or whether they will bow out for now. For TYL, it's one that they will want to send themselves into a match-up against BLG, waiting for them in that next lobby. But it has to be all focus here and now. Summit being what could be a deciding factor for TYL. It needs to be a momentum shifter for Nova as they look towards Lotus as map number 3. TYL will want to avoid that if possible, but it's not the end of the world if they don't. They want to finish this one right here and right now, and who can blame them? It's a ticket to Shanghai, a ticket to Champions is getting ever so closer for them.
Veggie, we have the benefit of having casted this last matchup between these two teams, and while it was a different composition from TYL, what I distinctly remember is Nova was so aggressive on their defense side through mid. They were constantly able to find flanks into A-Link, into B main, and put pressure on TYL that even if they got the site, they had no real space to work with. And TYL obviously is going to know that that was the case. I mean, we've seen them change up their comp, we've seen them change up their play style. The question is, has Nova done that prep? Has Nova realized that it is going to be a different style of play coming from TYL, and can they adapt?
Well, we don't have long to wait, Snow. Summit could be the peak for either of those teams. TYL will be hoping it's the peak for them to send them into that next round. It all begins here and now. TYL on the defense, hoping to hold this one down. Nova starting on the offense, similar to Ascent. They'll make their way over towards A, and Scales is trapped up behind these boxes, tries to peek off the first contact, but it's Nova who find the first two bloods.
So unlucky as well, slowly taken out through the box. The dog is going to be perfect. The Prowler catches them off guard. Guan can get an easy 2 kills for themselves, and Nova fully in the driver's seat right now on it. It was TYL that was trying to pressure towards mid, but there was no one there to be found. Instead, Nova hits them with a clean, clinical site take, and what should be a free round for them on the pistol.
1 versus 4 odds. Well and truly against Sufa. Could be a die to the spike angle, but instead takes 2 bodies with them. Third checkpoint goes unmatchable.
It's almost like the Matrix, Veggie. Were you starting to believe? Was there a slight doubt for a second where you maybe thought that Sufa, the veteran presence, could pull that round out the bag?
I feel like the time was probably always away from them not to be the spoil sport to the party, but I mean, you were certainly feeling like there was a possibility that all 4 players would have died, I'll grant you that. But Nova do what they couldn't before, start the map off with a pistol and try and find their way in towards this one. Attacking sided as it can be, they'll need to have a marked improvement from what we've seen over on Ascent, and they'll decide to play this round very slowly, see if TYL want to take that onset of aggression that you spoke about from that last map, or that last matchup, sorry. But it won't be. The pistols will stay locked and loaded, focused on the objective of sight, to wait and see if Nova want to make any moves. Notably, they do eventually need to get to a site, and it will be A once again, where there is bodies waiting.
From Splash, it's a counterplay that's looking through Molly to stop them from going aggressive. TYL doesn't care, just running through the Molly. Says, I am taking this space no matter what. But it's a quick pivot over towards the B site, and while there is a Cypher here, there's no utility set up to stop a quick push through towards B. But bodies are coming over now. Nova has time. They could just rotate back, and they are electing to do so through mid.
Yeah, catching that player trying to get aggressive makes a right opening up, and the right call from Nova not to challenge, just to go to the site where they know the bodies will not be. Easy plant down for money, and try and alert Swagzor to get more kills to try and get his ultimate online as early as possible, albeit quite a high orb requirement, so it's going to take a lot of stacking up to do that. Pistol granted to CB to allow him to go explode him. Run it back, still a little bit away, but an ult that you would be very happy with. Unfortunately, won't be granted. But Nova, starting off this map in the right way, so 100% win rate, 2 rounds in. It's much where they would need to be. And I think the weaponry's in a pretty good spot as well, heading in towards round number 3 here. See if they continue to make the right adjustments.
It's the all-important one for TYL. What are we going to see from this composition? Predicting maybe a little bit of aggression to get a bit of space, and so far 3 players stacked towards mid. Possibly looking to fight Nova off of those angles and cause a little bit of disruption and make these site takes a bit harder.
Focus over towards B. Molly goes out. Sight hit comes in. Fast and furious. Loaded up.
they've only managed to get sight. They haven't claimed any extra space. So the retake could be good for TYL here. They've got utility to work with, but a spam through the smoke is going to be detrimental to them. Information being gained now. There's a player who dropped those scales. You need to turn around. But just somehow makes it into the smoke. They know Swagsaw is there as well. Guang left alone. Manages to get a kill. A player on the spike as well. And it is a very damaging round for TYL, but it is a round win.
That is an impressive moment right there. It's crucial that they managed to get it. You have to say Guang, really unlucky not to find the final kills. Spam is great, the spike killer is excellent, but that one final player just shy of the mark.
Now we look at this defensive setup. The buys not strong from TYL as to be expected. Slowly and Scales just forcing into this. Being very willing to... Well, Scales not so much anymore, but slowly at the very least. Never mind. I'm wrong about everything. They had bought, decided not to, slowly changed their mind again. Why am I even speaking that early in the round? But Nova now has this outlaw prepped towards Link. Knows that there could be some aggression from this angle, but doesn't know that two players have already crept through deep. A double hold with these bandits. This player's creeping forward, slowly gets a much needed kill, that force into the round. The investment has worked out so far. A flash out from mid is perfect. As Earth gets 3, and the aggression doesn't stop there. A Splash, the performer from last round, the energy coming through from TYL. It was a save, it is a thrifty, and it's a much needed round for them to get some momentum back, but Nova going to be face palming off the back of that one. How did they not see this coming? The Phoenix flash through mid is perfect. No, my gosh. TYL had Nova in their pocket that round.
I think the phrase is blink and you miss it, Snow. That's what that round is. The equaliser, as fast as the lead was gained by Nova, TYL right back in control of this map. Weapons advantage, momentum advantage, mental advantage. If they can keep this up, you will have to fancy something really special to come out of this. TYL holding down this B-side, ready for Nova to aggress it. They have the read that this is the potential. The Cypher setup over A, spotting absolutely nothing. One holding down mid with no noise. The perfect play is being set up, and as Nova want to push out, all they're going to have to rely on is the Sheriffs and an Ash shuttle.
Oh, Splash! Finding that kill. It's chaos again, but it's TYL coming out on top. They're just pushing forward onto site. It's back site now that's been claimed by Nova. There's so much utility anywhere. Cage will be damned. Nobody can see anything that's going on. It is a TP up through into heaven. Nobody knows what's going on. Observers, production, casters. Nobody has any clue. But the one thing we do know is that TYL is winning this round.
Some things in life are guaranteed, Snow. Life, death, taxis, and TYL winning that round was what we like to see, or what the TYL will like to see anyway. Questionable to see an Ash shuttle invested in and an eco that, I mean, it's not really like they had a much favoured situation there, right? It's not like you maybe got a kill and started feeling like there was a path in towards the round. It was just a hit and a miss. Tried to smash it out of the park, but instead it was a 3-strike and you'll miss, which puts TYL into an advantage, 3-2, giving Nova's hot start on the map, forcing a timeout for Nova to try and address these issues again.
Not a timeout, a tech pause, Reggie, which means no talkie-talkie, yeah, no explaining about what's going on.
It said Nova at the bottom. I'm getting tripped out here, man.
It's a Nova tech pause. as it's Nova that did
Oh,
decide. But
okay.
obviously the issue's been sorted.
The PC got
Clearly the
flipped
issue
on
was
the desk.
that-
Anger.
yeah, it was the issue was ref. I can't see anything. There's 15 walls on site. Clearly, surely this isn't legal. But
Ref, I got shot. What did I do?
Ref, clearly they're hacking, but no, it will not be the issue here. Instead, the issue will be solved, and again, it's that attack-sided Odin coming out. Did not have much success on Ascent. Maybe a bit more success on Summit. 4 players from TYL stacked towards A site. Nobody mid at all, and Nova, maybe the spidey senses were tingling just a little bit, because they are going to head over towards B.
It's a wild read right off the bat, that's for sure. Prowler goes out though off of A quite early on to clear the space, and you will see that TYL, taking that play out of Nova's book from last, will try and clear the space with bodies. It's a little bit too late. Its B site has been scaled upon to. Into the Shadows been used to provide some support, and the spam is collecting absolutely nothing.
Nerve manages to get to safety, but not for long. The Swagsword just pushes through. Once again, not much extra space claimed from Nova, but they are anchoring down on this site heavy and committing to these fights as a team. And on the flip side, Nova, sorry, TYL not able to really find anything. No utility there being used, just pure body swinging out onto site. And I don't know what it was that triggered these spidey senses from Nova. It seemed like they threw a prowler, and when it didn't spot anyone, I guess everyone's here.
Guys, it should have hit something. Let's go.
Yeah, clearly they're baiting us, guys. They're not here. They're not here. Let's run the other way.
I mean, from the side of TYL, right, I really don't mind the gamble stack with 4 members there and then the Into the Shadows over towards B. It's just that the clear maybe came a little bit too late with support not arriving fast enough. So the equaliser now for Nova sets them up. CB, having used to run it back on the previous, will think about it, but instead it's the divergence path that has to be prioritised, right?
Nova's so tentative. They tapped that orb 3 different times before they went, because they're expecting a set play from TYL.
Nah, I think it was voice comms of, okay, Phoenix should be prioritised, and then it was, no, I'm one away, let me get it.
But either way, Phoenix does not get that instead. It's the convergent paths being used to claim space towards Link, but the damage has been done. That operator has already found that first blood. But space gained by Swagsword. No opportunity to pop back now, but it is players over towards B. The barrel was seen, so Swagsword is going to be noted.
Oh,
and slowly finds that kill. The timing just not there. But on the flip side, CB has already found 2 B site claimed. Yet again, this seems to be a weakness for TYL right now. With this Odin set up again. Utility, not really favoured for TYL. One curveball can be used. They'll run it back to get themselves into sight. TYL finding a pick with the operator slowly will be the perpetrator of that. But CB having a big round right now. Might even look for the ace. He's already found 3. Has an opportunity to get 2 more, but it's Azir being that much needed swing out. CB, can they secure the round? Scales cannot go big. As CB will have that clutch factor in their genes.
Clutch boy.
This piece, clutch boy again, Veggie. And TYL has to find a way to lock down this B site. It's been a weakness for them so far.
Yeah, I think you're starting to really see the timeout come into fruition once again for Nova. Coaches just stepping up and either reminding them. Sorry, it wasn't a timeout, was it? It was a tech pause. See, this is it's played in my own head. Now it's a timeout. Yeah, TYL identifying, but the technical timeout was maybe enough for the IGLs of Nova to kind of get into their head what the game plan was supposed to be. Maybe just deal with the overwhelming sense of emotion that was starting to build up, right? You had that 2-0 advantage, and all of a sudden you're 3-2 down, and you're starting to feel a little bit negated and like, oh my god, we lost our map pick, now we're starting to fall behind here on Summit. It was just enough to calm them back down and identify what they were supposed to be doing. TYL on the other side have to use this timeout to fix it. Like you said, struggling to hold it over on towards B, which is where Cypher can actually provide a lot of value. We've seen some success over all the regions for what Cypher can offer here on this side. It's just not being used to its full effectiveness.
I think the issue is now that they've almost set like that precedent that when they pressure early A, they're going to rotate to B. So I wonder if we see TYL commit more members to B and it ends up being a double fake almost from Nova, where it looks like a fake, but it's not. At the end of the day, it's once again going to be that A pressure early on. Maybe just going to decide what to do off of that. Mid from TYL will be their answer. 3 players here. The opportunity to very quickly rotate towards site. Instead, they push through. It's the flashes again, forcing Nova back, and they feel like they're pressured now. They feel like they have to go forwards, and it is a committal over towards this A site. They found the perfect timing. 3 members down straight away off the bat, and the door not even being closed means Azir can get so far forwards and claim so much space for themselves.
Yeah, you have to remember that it is only pistols in hand for TYL, but clearly not what they would have wanted to see coming out at the timeout. A flawless victory for Nova. The energy really starting to lift in their squad, the potential starting to rise, the winning factors starting to come out from what we've seen in that first matchup over on towards groups. Can be so attacking sided, but a lot of regions have got the defense locked down as well. Traditionally not quite in China, but that's how they like to play the game, thick and fast, and Nova right now are in cruise control of that.
They have managed to get slowly onto the op for the side of TYL, so this could be what they needed, setting this player up towards B, hoping to at least get that initial pick before anything else happens. But it's the same game plan. Nova just conditioning TYL that early on they are going to make presence and pressure over towards A, and then look to play the rest of the map.
Yeah, they've at least put 2 bodies on B this time, right? You've got the Whaley in support for Swagzort, who has had some impact, but still not the impact that we're expecting and anticipating of seeing. Sorry, on Slowly, that's holding down there with the operator. That could be the real difference maker. However, with mid not being held down, this trap will reveal a lot of information. The B split coming in. Astra Wall already disrespected. Could find some real value.
That's a great opening pick right there. Door couldn't be closed just yet. Scale swinging through the wall as well. This is exactly what we needed to see from TYL. Shut down this B site take, but it's awkward because CB has found the space to move forwards. Sneaking through that Astra Wall, creating question marks for the side of TYL, and the luck just shuts down any potential retake. And it looked like it was so right for TYL, but it goes so wrong. And Sufat has no option but to back away and save this rifle.
Yeah, this victory will taste sweet because it's crumbled for TYL. Looked like they had baked it at the correct temperature, but not to be. I think that kill over on towards Slowly really was one of the big factors. The Astra Wall that had been disrespected, just not reheld from the side of TYL. A clinical error that CB was more than happy to take charge of and punish. Lucky that Sufat's even managed to save that, because you've seen he was identified just as he run it back, faded down. A gun that could have been taken away from him, but instead it will be kept. And I wouldn't be surprised if you see a timeout again coming from TYL to try and find some form of the answer. You know a comeback's going to be needed soon. I think you lose this round. I mean, it's pistols again, right? But I wouldn't mind another one this half, is what I'm saying.
That round could not have gone better at the start for TYL. The game plan worked perfectly. They got the opening pick, they got the second kill as well, and just a great play from Guang to shut down those players looking to flood in. Like you said, pistols for this round as well, and Nova noticing that TYL likes to make these aggressive plays towards mid, has gained mid control themselves and forced TYL back.
Back, hold them close. Mid will be disrespected. You see the real deep sight angles being held from TYL. 3 just clinging on to the spike area of A. They've identified the potential walkthrough, but it will be wrong. Slowly, at least Disrespect gets 1 kill.
They need more than that, though, if they are to win this round. Again, forced away. Scales playing a very greedy angle on site. Convergent path's gonna be used, but does not matter. Cosmetic stun, apparently, as Nova just pushing through now. Managed to find their way onto site, but the one rifle from Splash is being the difference maker. Has to heal themselves before they can go back in. It's TYL squad regrouping before they elect to move forward onto site. Azir in such an aggressive angle. Sufat trying to gain information, but isn't going to get it because of the smoke. ERV TP's forward now. The flash is good. It flashes the teammate, but it does not matter because the rifle gets the kill. And now they have spotted Guang. They know exactly where this player is. The smoke is perfect. The Odin is going to be used as well to spam bullets through down the angle. And Splash, a big round there. A much needed round for TYL to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, big does not begin to describe how crucial this could be. A round where they're not favoured, but they garner anyway. Huge result to try and close the gap, to quickly shut the momentum down and not let Nova go in with a dominant half. 8-4, the worst it could be. Now we'll feel a lot better than 9-3. Weapons back in hand, Operator in hand for Slowly, Odin still in hand for Sufat BB, holding down this A side, and if Nova decide to aggress it, could walk right into the choke point.
Counter again, Splash, but the flash is turned. How are you so quick with that movement? But it doesn't matter because it's still a 1-for-1. Sufat being on this site means that information can be gained. Prowlers can be used, the horn, to see if they're still there later on as well. Smoke's potentially going to come down. They want to fake a little bit of mid presence. So far, TYL not deterred. They feel very confident in their hold.
It's a big moment. Nova will try and challenge back over towards A. They get ahead of the smoke, but the Prowler at least identifies it. But CB does not care. Another kill through the box. Next them, the numbers advantage. 4 on 2. ERV on site with no hope. Flash, but still gets a kill and is still alive.
It's the shorty difference. Happens right there. A clean round for Nova at the end of it. And it felt like TYL was on top of it. They read the game perfectly. They had the players in the right position. But Nova just always able to win out these kills. Always able to find avenues of attack. And Swaxel, oh my gosh, that was disgusting. But that timing, the mid lurk, just gave them everything they needed. Opened up the site completely. TYL has to have a little bit of a think about what they want to do here. Not electing to use that second timeout in the first half.
Clearly getting themselves set up. You have a big comeback to be taken, which is why I wouldn't have minded that second time out, because you'll get the coaches at half-time, and then a comeback. Nova will start to worry, but nonetheless, feeling confident with 4, it seems, or at least have given the right instructions. A big round. If we go in at 8-4 or 7-5, the pistol will determine the leaders. And now, CB run it back online. Nothing really else to come with it. Nightfall a couple away. Flip it on the other side. You also have the run it back for the retake. You have the bald man buff to get the information, but for that, you need a kill. And that has been hard for them to find so far. But the Operator will find it.
I love that they recognize the potential play for the pivot there. But it's not going to be a pivot. Instead, it's going to be a force through. But the tether just completely shuts down that run it back. Nothing can be gained. Now Nova moving forwards on towards site. A flash around the corner, but it's traded out. Sufat BB able to dodge that one away. Make it a little bit awkward for Nova. It's a 3 versus 2. Not a situation that you might practice a lot of. See what the protocols here are for both teams. Azir doesn't know whether to commit just yet. Waiting to see if Guan can activate anything on this lurk, but with time dwindling down, they have to commit, have to plant this spike, and all three members looking to play this one together, looking to peek the angle at the same time. And it's a good play from TYL. A 5-7 half with how this map started is a respectable finish.
Yeah, we'll need to see if they have the capacity to turn it around when it comes towards their attack. History has shown that defense has been their lower half before. So, once again, reaffirming why the coaches are confident that 5 might just be enough. Having, I mean, it's what, a 35% win rate that they had over the last 2 series. And then on attack, it's 67%. Clearly, it's possible. For Nova, they just need to make sure they capitalise and keep the pistol rates going up. If they can convert another pistol, they'll put some real difference in the daylight between these squads. And that might just be the difference maker to send us over towards Lotus.
And it feels like it was the adaptation that just came a little bit too late from TYL. They did start to figure it out towards the end. But obviously Nova had already gotten those first few rounds to give themselves this lead. The defensive half, that was kind of a struggle for TYL last time these two teams played. Wondering kind of what the switch up is here. Whether they elect to go for that same mid presence, and if they get caught out by Nova quite a lot in those positions. It's interesting. Sorry, I'll let you carry on, Veggie.
I was going to say,
analyst,
I don't want to just keep getting bogged up by stats, right? But I've recently been introduced to exploiting Google Sheets and such, and it kind of pulls me that way, thanks to Eco for ruining everything that I've known about Valorant. But when you look at it, right, I just said that 67% is the win rate for attacking side of TYL. It's only a 31% win rate for Nova on defense. So, like, you have to think that this is going to have to be a really big performance for Nova to come out and try and continue to really cause that separation, which just comes back to the point that this pistol could really be the difference maker. They clearly struggle when it comes to having rifles and defending both of these sites. A lot of teams haven't quite figured out the defense of the map yet. And that is where that adjustment that you're speaking of has to come in, right? They need to have somehow figured out how to do it. And I just don't have enough belief that that's going to be the case.
Again, this is where it comes down to it. It's a battle between TYL and Nova, and it's a battle between me and you, whether stats matter and or not. And
well, clearly not, looking at Ascent, right? That's the problem, is that every time I get drawn into these stats, I get proven wrong that it's irrelevant and a waste of time. But what we do know is we expect a good match, and that first kill snow is certainly going to turn things a little bit in towards Nova's favour.
Swaxor just finds kills when you just don't expect them to, but on the back end, TYL also able to do the same. Splash in such an aggressive position now as well. Mid control completely gained by this TYL squad. Nova has to back away. Slowly creeping up through a site. Gathering so much information. Nobody here. Knocking on the door, no one's home.
Need a ring doorbell.
Mid-fight. Need the camera on that site, but not able to get it. And it's awkward now. They want to fight towards mid. They know that they can pivot towards A now. Both players stacked towards B. Nova were gambling that it's going to be that site that was hit. They have no information at all. So many angles to clear. So many places where these TYL players could be. Makes it so awkward for this retake.
You take with two players coming in, both of them attacking off of different extremities, but choose to join up to come through this one choke point. First kill for Swagzor, clean with the Sheriff, but slowly peeks on out, throws the slow orb, but now all of a sudden Swagzor's attack just went down to 0%. Time ticks away, has to challenge in and doesn't check the corner that Splash is waiting to hide in. Ironic that the Magikarp will evolve into the Gyarados and crunch its opponent.
That is the difficulty, right? When you just leave a site completely undefended without information. The retake was so difficult. They had so many angles to clear, and as the time kind of shifted down, there was just too much to check. Not enough time to do it. A facepalm from the coach and Nova there. Difficult round to win, and especially when you get that first blood, it's not going to feel great. But now TYL has to keep this momentum up. Should, in theory, be a free round for them, but we know what VCT CN is like. We know that these teams love to pull thrifties out the bag when maybe they shouldn't.
I mean, it was what won a cent, right? It was a thrifty that won a cent, so...
Swagsaw hoping that that could be the aim of the game here, picking up a Marshall in this, maybe looking to get that pick, see if they can upgrade themselves some weapons.
It's a tactic that does keep coming out when it comes to these second rounds where you've lost, is to pick up a Marshall to try and convert. Unfortunately, it's going to be Scales that's quicker on the trigger of that Marshall, but it does activate a bit of a pressure to push out. But
oh my gosh,
yeah, this is awkward.
It's just util dump after util dump from both these sides. End of the day, Nova does manage to at least equalize the numbers, which they will be very happy about given the circumstances. Scales over towards this other side. Manages to completely open up this side. 1v1's taken across the map will not be to the benefit of Nova. They have managed to slow down the B hit. Maybe Azir with this Marshall could make big things happen. They just need to find a shot, and it was almost a lineup there for the collateral. I know you saw it, Veggie. I know the viewers saw it too. But our dreams will not be reality.
The barriers were up. I was waiting for the strike to come on through. But instead, nothing collected. It could have been really dangerous for TYL. It's a pivotal moment that goes in their favour. Allows for the match to be tied up. And I mean, the weaponry that's been brought in isn't at a loss either. A Vandal, a Bulldog. Yeah, we've got a couple Spectres and a Marshall, but certainly not out of the realms of possibility to pick up a kill and convert one of those weapons into an upgrade. And Nova...
With how?
Well, oh, yeah, on you go.
I was going to say, with how chaotic some of these site takes can be, it's not that bad having that Spectre.
No.
A bit of the run and gun can kind of benefit you in these situations.
Absolutely. Especially with these doors being shut from the defenders, scared of the angles that be taken. You kind of force them into closer ranged fights, right? Which is where the Spectre will find its value.
So much mid-pressure created. So many question marks now for Nova, and we see two players having to back away from that A site to reclaim some of that space. The information that there's a lot of players towards B, it's CB being that rotate over to try bolster the defense on this site. Now, ultimate going to be invested. Odin backside that they have to deal with is pushed back, is killed right off the bat. Wong over towards drop, needs to make something happen here. CB backing them up as well. It's a flood that goes perfectly for Nova, shutting down the attack from TYL, and slowly, with no health pool to work with at all, is just going to be taken down. You said about the weaker weaponry, but I don't think that was the reason for that round loss right there.
No, a lot of that comes down to CB on his double. Really well played. I mean, Guang does well to hide, and CB stopping the cross to not even allow the spike to access site. It's a great denial. The doors were slammed shut onto TYL's face. Give them a bit of confidence that this series can be reachable, that Lotus can be a possibility. They need to just build on these trends now, round to round, and they will go exploring all the way out of 8 to take this space back. And Nova, Swagzor on the first kill. Do have mid control though. That's one thing to note for TYL. With the pressure that's been made in A, they speed up a little bit. But that tag maybe just slows it down.
TYL have missed the timing a little bit. They would need to go now if they want to hit this weak side of Guang and force a bit of pressure. Take take this site, force them into a post plant, an awkward situation. They have managed to gain the site, but Splash! Oh my gosh, how do you hit that shot in that position? Evens out the numbers and just looks to move forwards as well. The run it back is going to replenish the health pool. Just the benefit to that ultimate. Slowly off the back of it, taking that space. They want to move forwards as much as they can. But it's the re-hit from Nova that does not go their way. They are caught up in a crossfire. And it's a double hold onto this angle. Splash finishing up the round as well. And I thought they were going to miss that timing after that A play, but they do manage to execute it to near perfection.
Yeah, and they just keep answering back. That's the thing that Nova haven't been allowed, is really to get any serious momentum, right? Every single time Nova feel like they have somewhere to go, it's quickly answered back. And that is excellent from Sufat BB with a hat-trick to shut two defenders coming down from the one choke point. Quick off the trigger will force this Nova timeout. Chance for their coach to give some words of wisdom. Like the wee fidget spinner with the stress. Yeah.
But like that's something maybe VCT needs to invest in, getting fidget spinners for all the coaches. They'll prevent desk damage today. Give your coach a fidget spinner.
Give it to Alex. They're like, please use this. Don't
fidget. They would need 10 fidget spinners. They would all be broken by the first half with how much stress PRX gives to Alex.
But instead, Snow, it's the stress that the Nova camp are feeling just now. Ultimately, the burden of this map is quickly catching up on them. They know the risk that not winning this match comes with. I say risk, it's absolutely certainty. The risk that if they win this is a huge reward. The potential to represent China at Champions should they win this and then take on BLG. But they have to win this one first, and as the elevator music gets louder, the saxophones start playing, you can maybe feel that Nova have to change things up, and that's why they'll aggress out a B this time instead. It's always been A so far, but they take the security of this B checkpoint.
You got to think in terms of stakes. In theory, both these teams should be very favoured against BLG as well, so there's a lot on the line here. Start of this round, it starts a little bit slower. There's a little bit of a probe there from Nova to get a bit of information, a bit of chip damage done as well. But it is onto the side of CB, who is going to be able to heal up. TYL wants to aggress a triple peek there. Could have been a perfect lineup for CB. Wasn't able to get out on the angle in time. Look at this, convergent paths, prepped, waiting as soon as they hear any noise. It's going to be an instant counter. This could just be the death of 3 members, but no, they back away. TYL cuts noise at the perfect time to force those players back. But now moving in, Guan gets the first kill, is forced away with the molly. A creep up from Sufat BB, that's nothing. The site take is going to come through, but you've lost 3 members to do it. Yes, you'll get the spike down, but at what cost? Wanting to stop the pressure here. Swagsaw pushing forwards as well. Flash out to get them towards backside. And now these players have nothing to do but move back. But ERV makes this a bit more winnable. A double kill. Now could be just what they needed. Wants to push for more as well. Would need to be an ace from this player. The TP to get into a better position. But all 3 members spamming, shooting, running forwards. No space to work with at all, and Nova manages to clean it up.
Yeah, big result from Nova. It almost felt like that rotate back through spawn could have been dangerous, all to deal with Sufat, but you have to say Guang does a really good job of holding down and allowing the reinforcements to come on through. TYL now will start to feel this pressure. It's a real seesaw game moment where one team answers, the next team comes back. A basketball scoreline to be seen at. You almost want to say that overtime feels like it's deserved, even though we are still miles away from it. It has that sort of scent about it for what's at stake. But a bit of pause in the attacking phase from TYL. Just see if any aggression comes out from the defenders. The answer will be no. They will hold their ground. A lot of focus over towards mid. Absolutely nothing held on B. The Prowler will try and drag some bodies across though, and it's a quick amount of pressure, whereas it's A that the site is being considered to hit.
Judge going to be used as well to lock this one down. It's a good flash from Splash as well, but they still have to deal with this Judge. And with that smoke coming through as well, this site take gets even more risky, but it is a fake at the end of the day. The spike's going to go down over towards B. And now it's that situation again. Nova has to clear a lot of angles. Azir trying to take this timing. Has managed to completely clear the site, but Sufat has spotted them. And Splash causing havoc on the other side of the map. But all three members just going to run through. It's a post-plant situation. The run it back used. A tap there as well. Sufat managed to kill all three with scales. The run it back, the only thing keeping CB alive, who now knows that they have to force a play, knows that they have to force a kill. Cannot find anything there. TYL, a bit of unconventional play there. A semi-sight hit, realizing the Judge is there and just backing away.
Yeah, it's a quick answer back though, Snow. It just keeps happening. I said it was a seesaw. And here we are, back to equal footing. Feels like it really is just going to be who can cause that bit of separation first that will win out this map. No team can be separated. However, Nova down to pistols. TYL have a chance to go bang for bang and put a little bit of momentum down themselves. If they can deal with this push out from B side, then maybe it will start to have some look. But like we've said before, thrifties are most certainly not uncommon.
Talking as fidget spinners.
Yeah, it's in the coaching staff and on the team.
At least you got that kind of synergy right there between the players and the coaching staff. Nova coach got a fidget spinner. Nova players got one. But there's something to talk about. Bit of the weaker weaponry, but it does spark a mid-play, a rifle, an upgrade that comes through. They are just trying to flood through here. Convergent Path's going to be used. Forces Swagsaw to pop back and give up that space they had just reclaimed. And now, all four members going towards defender spawn. Feels like that might be an easier angle for them to retake from if they can regroup and look to trade up those weapons into something a bit better. Now we're going to have to deal with drop first, slowly here, ready and waiting. Knows that there could be players, but it's going to be a double peek on both sides. But they aren't coming at the same time, but it does not matter. The jiggle back and forth gets them everything they need. ERV gives himself a smoke to play in. Can just peek out whenever needed, but doesn't need to. Splash still performing well off the back of the momentum from that last game, being the difference maker for this TYL squad when it matters.
A little bit of separation starting to come through, but this is a round that they need to convert if they want to, you feel like, see out the series. Force Nova back down to an equal if they win this next one. By then it'll be basically too late. TYL set in the driving position, but if anything is shown us from this series, Nova have the potential to swing it right back. There's that momentum that we were wanting to see from Sufat. The passion ringing out on the stage, dragging the team up another level. Difference being this time that Swagsaw has the operator to shut down some angles. Aggresses over towards A, doesn't see anything, so takes a deeper angle. Unconventionally, will create a bit of space for Nova to play into. Prowler, false information, might just force it through. But Splash picks up that kill anyway.
He's an operator as well, I believe. What more can you do? You've got the op on the angle. It's a perfect situation, but it is shut down by Splash. Doesn't even need to use utility to get that one out either. And Nova kind of grasping at straws here. One disrespecting the ultimate. Sufat, though, knows that there could be a player pushed up here. Just jiggling the angle. Waiting to see. It's a B hit. 3 players going through from Link, but they don't know about a player in main just yet. And it does just shut them down. Splash sent back to their body from before. And Nova slowing down TYL. The unrelenting aggression that comes through. It's a perfect play, a perfect shutdown. It does not matter about the first blood. And this feels like we're watching a repeat of their match from before.
Yeah. Just roll the cast back. Just find the previous podcast. We can go home.
Yeah, just put our recording on for this one. Surely the exact same result happens.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a real letdown from TYL. I said if they won that round, then they put themselves in the driving position to win not just the map, but it's the series as a whole. But now it's Nova who will start to feel that they have a grasp of this one. 2 hero guns, a Vandal and a Stinger for TYL to try and keep this attack going. No ultimates to be played with. They'd run it back miles away, so you can't rely on this, and you are walking into what looks like an art gallery protection service over here on A.
But it's just dashed over. Waylay does not care for your util, and that's pushed forwards. Guang gonna get caught out as well. That's a rifle handed over, but a stun is perfect to get Swagsaw into a position they need. Rifle passed along to Splash, and if there's any player you want it on, it is this player right here. No utility to work with for anybody from TYL, just relying on this pure gunplay. But when your gunplay is as good as Splash is, you do not care. Ultimates invested. Nova knows that they need this round. They need the momentum that can come off the back of this. And Azir managing to gain it. Splash being the hero, trying to be the difference maker, has got a curveball now, but the peak is perfect. A clutch from Splash. When TYL needed a hero, Splash answered the call.
Oh, and that round is not a drop in the ocean, Snow. That is a huge splash to come through. A massive moment in this series. A double kill right at the very end. I think that's the hat-trick for the round. Nova in shambles. 5-0 in the group stages and about to bow out to one of the teams that they faced up in groups. Coaching staff forced to use their second timeout, forced to find a fix before it's too late.
What do you even say? Like, oh, guys, Splash just had a life round. Like, there's the adjustment there to be made. It's so difficult. I feel like Nova, we've seen that these set plays, these early aggressive hits through these main angles to get those opening picks has really been working for them. But it does also give TYL a bit of time to consider their options.
Yeah, I mean, the positive is every time they've lost a round, they've managed to find a way to get the next one back. So there is signs of life. It's not doom and gloom. But for TYL, it's a really good sign from them. Another thrifty in their books to get themselves in an advantage. We said it was a thrifty on Ascent that took Nova's map pick away from them. It could be this thrifty that sets up the catalyst for them to win their own map. 2 rounds away from sealing the series in a very strong fashion. A team that would love to be in the mix for champions is certainly edging closer to potentially even being the champions of China if they win the next 3 matchups, including this. A game against Billy awaits. A rematch against JDG, who sent them down to these lowers in the grands if they were to make it that far. But for Nova, it's a death situation they're facing up against here. Can't allow TYL to pick up any more rounds. 1 would seal overtime. 2 would seal the end of their stage. And the end of their year, unfortunately, really. Bar any off-season competitions. Been a good stage for them. But the situation they were in, you would fancy them to go further. Adjustments to be made as they try and focus a little bit more here in towards this midsection. Prowler, you'd fancy coming out of B early on. Bodies to clear out mid.
Spoke about these aggressive early plays, but it's both teams that are trying to aggress into each other. CB not caught out because Swagzor's there to back them up. The utility used for the trade outs. Swagzor's going in, but no, there's players there ready and waiting. And ERV sensed that there was going to be a crunch and manages to shut it down. And they know Tian wants to be the hero, but cannot do it. And Azir, a judge, this is the worst position that you can be in for this kind of round. Has to peek into mid, has to force themselves to get a weapon. And at this point, Veggie, with the money so low, do you maybe just save a weapon and hope that you can force overtime?
Yeah, I mean, that's really... It's difficult, right? Because it is a 1 versus 3. It's definitely not out of the realms of possibility to win it. But you do need to try and focus on getting a weapon upgraded into your hand. Sufat doing a good job of dodging the flame wall so that they don't die to a team kill. That weapon will now be upgraded, Phantom in hand, and I think you do just have to go for that. I think this is one of those moments where heroes are made, or you kind of fall on your own grave. Step up, first challenge will be Scales.
It's not just Scales. 3 players rating, but this is good timing for them. They cannot find that kill, just a bit of damage over. And it feels like right now, we're seeing desperation from Nova. That mid play was Swagzor trying to force the play out and not able to do so. I mean, you look at this, dashes forward, no safety net. Being able to pop back, even though they didn't pop back, it was not behind the corner. And Nova now, you spoke about heroes being made. This round, they need somebody to be that hero. Everything stacked against them. Statistically, you look at this round should be all but done for. This game should be all but over. But if Nova has anything to say about it, it won't be so.
See, stakes have never been higher for Nova, and it will be an attempted aggressive push out of A, but it's punished immediately by Splash, equalised by Quinton, but they will keep up the aggression and finds another blood for it. Numbers in Nova's advantage. Can they keep a hold of it?
Can't get the weapons though, that's the issue. Their weapons are just out of access, so they have to stick to these specters, these judges, everything they could pull together for one round. And if TYL knows this, they can force these longer angles. But the first fight is going to be against this Guardian. The one weapon that can do a bit of damage here, that can do a little bit of work and force some longer range fights. Swagzor, again, trying to be that hero, but Azir with the judge finds a kill for themselves. It's looking better for Nova. It's the opportunity, the lifeline. It's just about there. Swagzor, can they be the difference maker? A dash across. ERV wanting to force the fight. Swagzor not being over-eager. Knows that they have the numbers advantage. But slowly finding that kill could just open everything up. But they don't know where to go. They're at a loss. They have 13 seconds left. They need to push the site, and they have to go now. One smoke to work with. Spike has to be stuck. And it's a flood through into site. Pushing forwards. Spike going to be planted in the last possible second. Swagzor manages to get one. It's a 2-on-1 now. ERV could be the hero. Could be the difference maker. But they don't have space to work with. They manage to get Swagzor. And this is it. The final moment. Who will be the hero for their respective team? No information. No knowledge of where this cipher could be. A peek out. They both know where they are. It all comes down to the gunfight now, but it's ERV securing TYL's spot into those lower finals. And emotions are at a high. Energy is elevated. As we will say goodbye to one of these teams, but it will not be TYL.
And it's a devastating end to the stage for Nova Snow, having fallen to the lower brackets by a JDG side who seemed all but out during groups, and then in the lowers making it to here after being 5-0, get knocked out by TYL in a pretty impressive fashion. A clutch right at the end for ERV. It looked like Spike was going to struggle to go down, but in the dying seconds they make it work. In a 2 versus 1 they managed to come out on top despite the odds against them. TYL head to the lower finals where BLG await them. Another mammoth to scale, but not out of the realms of possibilities. It'll be one of those two teams that takes that last place, and Sufat BB will be hoping it is TYL so he can claim a place back on the internationals, can claim a place where he's destined to perform, destined to hype everything up, and you can see just what it starts to mean to him.
What a storyline for Sufat BB. After a, let's be honest, underwhelming performance during that last split with Wolves.
Yep.
To now move on to TYL. Show such a different angle. I don't want to call this game dominant. Map 1 definitely was that, but map 2 came down to the wire, and it was like we spoke about, those clutch moments, those couple rounds that made the difference. TYL able to push this one over the line.
It was a scrappy victory at the very end, but as we're waiting on the interview getting lined up, we'll see exactly what it means, and here becomes the interview.
获得了本场比赛的胜利，我们邀请到的是 Slowly 选手来接受采访，欢迎 Slowly。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Slowly。
Congrats for getting to lower final.
明天的败者组决赛。那从今天的图一聊起，因为亚海选手
So Nova's been really good on Ascent this stage, but you guys won against them 37. So how did you guys like prep against them? Did you anti-stress?
前做了什么样的研究和准备呢？
我觉得没有做特别的。
And he says that that wasn't really important. The more important thing is that we really encourage Splash to play his heart out.
是的，今天能够看到，包括昨天的比赛就能够看到 Splash 他的火力是有很明显的回归的，这离不开队友的鼓励。但最近其实说到
So you've also been shooting quite well
你的
recently.
火力输出点是相当稳定的，而且今天在图一也有好几波关键的操作，包括我们解说老师也有提到说，你每次
And he says, it's just like every time you like make those kind of insane plays, it always seems so effortless. How do you do it?
内心世界是什么样的？
主要是我有镜头恐惧症吧，因为我很矮，但是
Yeah, he says after every like kind of big play, I will like kind of like scream it out to my teammates as well, even though I'm quite introverted.
有所波动的，非常的真实。也想请你再和我们分享一下关于心态的一些部分，因为这个。
And then can you also like share with us like what kind of like the mental transformation Tyler's gone on?
队友包括教练组一路走到现在，你的心路历程是什么样的？
我觉得看明天吧。如果明天赢了，那我就会去。
And he says that all of that leads up to like the lower final tomorrow. As long as we win tomorrow, we'll get to go.
我们都看到了你们的决心。那最后，就像你说的，距离冲进总决赛去拿到上海冠军赛的名额，还有
So you'll be facing BLG tomorrow in the lower finals.
BLG 的一场
And what's
your
confidence like?
对于这场比赛有信心吗？有的。那你觉得对于你来说会是一种什么样的考验呢？
And he says that I'm definitely confident. It's not going to be too much of a challenge. We've definitely beat them before.
是的，赛前其实我相信不只是放狠话那么简单，因为你是真的很有自信。刚才你说有的时候速度真的非常
And anything to say to BLG for
那最后
tomorrow?
有没有什么想对对手说的话？
如果明天我们两个队一定要走
He says that he says for tomorrow BLG, if one of us has to leave the space, I'll make sure it's you. It'll have to be you.
真的是，可以说是完全的把自己表达了出来，看得出来是有一点。
And that's it for the interview. It's time for a selfie and a pressure for the
接
audience.
受今天的赛后采访，接下来也让我们用联想拯救者手机 Y70新一代来共同记录。
Well, so confidence clearly at its peak for TYL, and you can't really blame them coming off of this series. Although for BLG, who wait them tomorrow, maybe start to feel a little bit of a bruised ego with how confident they are coming into this.
Yeah, I feel like the main takeaway there was just that they were just telling Splash to have confidence, and I wish every team just had a player where you could just go, oh, Splash, just drop 50 for us this series, please. Like, just just go ahead and get 50 kills. That would be great. We would love you for that. But as they said, it's not wrong. They have beat BLG before. They are going to be confident. I feel like for them, in their minds, this was the hurdle. Now that they're past this hurdle, BLG should be a much easier matchup for them. But still, nonetheless, it's not a matchup they can take lightly.
Yeah, I think previous to the matchup today, I think that's probably both where we were both sitting, right, is thinking that this is the hardest matchup that awaits before challenges. No disrespect to BLG, but both of these teams certainly looked a lot stronger going through groups and having been the ones to fall down from JDG, who, by the way, have also obviously sent BLG down as well. So it is just one matchup that's left waiting for either of those teams to head in towards champions. It's going to be a really tough matchup tomorrow, that's for sure, with no break for TYL, no time to overly prep. It will be a busy night on a morning for the coaching staff in the IGL to stick to their guns, but they've got to just stick to their identity to see it out. That's what they're going to have to rely on, is the individuals and the strats that have been used fully up. So
yeah, I mean, I say they just run the same strat back again. Just tell Splash to go kill people.
Go get 50. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, valid, to be honest.
I'm not sure if it was actually 50. It might have been like 48 or something like that. But I know it was definitely a big performance.
Even if it was only 10, we can round up. It's fine. Not a problem.
Oh, but before we get to talk about MVPs for this match, we are going to get a little insight into what these teams were saying when they were playing out the rounds in just a second here.
包脸黑，还有拖包，拖不能进，包脸黑了，我被黑了，我被黑了，张志，我可以对上，好光，左边，招一个跟 B 妹，不懂，站着，直接拆，一大，右边，哎，站着，nice， 没事，我在上面 ，nice， 中路开烟了，中路开烟 ，flash，ready， 来过来杀那闪光，2个，3个 ，nice， 好，去，啊右边，闪光，别急。Wait, you contact me, bro. Contact me. 别下包，他等人呢。A 大，中远，帮你追一个小队。别上，来跟我攻。来，包点。等我，等。我架了，动不了。时间，没事，我架了，他动不了。他右边还在。我躲了。过去左边。你来上 ，nice， 漂亮，稳住，兄弟们 ，nice，35分够了。哎呀，来，飞哥。哎呀，没事，小飞 ，it's okay, bro。来了，闪光，拿闪光，我拿着绕。 架了！你在我这模式，我打架！你加一个 ，nice， 即将走，停岗！Bro, I'm too fun， 我就喜欢你们这么拼 ，Come on！
There's no surprises right here. It's Splash, the MVP, coming in with 9 multi-kills is always impressive. Improved, or I might have actually equalled what there was over on Ascent. A real thorn for Nova to deal with, and they just couldn't find the answer to deal with this Phoenix today.
And I think with there being 26 kills, that means it was a 50, because I'm pretty sure it was 24 in the first, so we were right all along, Veggie. But Splash, huge performer, huge difference maker, and I feel like just so many multi-kills and just constantly having that impact on the map. Every single time you thought, oh, this round's not looking so good for TYL, Splash would just perform and just be that difference maker to push him over the line.
Yeah, just looking at it there just now, 50 kills, 25 deaths, 16 assists over the series. That is what you call a triple-double and a half. Exceptional performance, a standout Phoenix player, and really just set a fire to the server. It was really difficult for Nova to deal with, and kept proving that would be the case. We'll be hoping to be set up in the same vase for tomorrow's matchup versus BLG, and you would have to think, and really this clutch here that we're just watching, the hat-trick, really was just enough to seal the deal. It was CB on the opposite who stood out on this map for Nova, but ultimately miles off the marker for what Splash was setting.
Yeah, it's a good performance from CB, but I mean, Splash was just on a different level this time. I can't even believe the performance that was put on. And I mean, you look at this game, obviously, you see what the difference was here. First kills, 13-10. Rounds, 13-10. Not that every first kill was a round conversion, but obviously we're seeing a theme in this series that if you can get those first bloods, it becomes a lot easier to convert those rounds.
Yeah, absolutely does. And impact stats here for CB, you're starting to see what the opposition's Phoenix had to offer in comparison to the average across everyone. Still really stand out. You can't shy away from that. It's a really strong performance, but it's just, it feels so harsh to say. It's just not enough to get the job done. We highlighted before coming in the danger people that were on the hands of Nova, and it just felt like the ones that we were really expecting to come out and be the stars today weren't quite there, highlighted by the fact that CB wasn't even mentioned on the pre-show. It was everyone bar CB, basically, which ultimately is what caused Nova's downfall. They just couldn't get themselves into a transitional spot to deal with the way TYL were playing. They couldn't get themselves sort of rescued fast enough over on Ascent, which then, as soon as you come into Summit, it's a real high-pressure game, which changes the dynamic for everyone.
Yeah, I honestly feel like Nova at certain points looked like they were reading TYL completely. Like they knew exactly what they wanted to do. They knew how to counter it as best they could. But it was when it came down to these all-important rounds. We speak about these clutches and how important they are, and obviously you can't rely on them. But at the end of the day, when it's a 13-10 loss, it's just that slight difference maker. And sadly,
we'll send off.
We need to say goodbye to Nova.
Yep.
但是当时就感觉一切都很未知。
欢迎来到五位竞技场，注意的 X， 王牌精锐，来到最后是他们没有能够把握住机会。
有藏人了，死我！
骗到了一个，到一个，第二个也有，第三个也有，打掉 Ace， 恭喜一下 Nova， 这样的一支队伍，谁能够不动容呢？ 看一下背闪，背闪的非常快，欧流先秒了一个 ，Simon 的血量很低，最后一颗的精准投放，恭喜 Nova 2-0 EDG， 他们战胜了从未在 VCT CN 战胜过的对手。公主一落，包点怎么办？这是个远距离的枪械交火。
我觉得这分已经非常难了，最后一枪结束了悬念。对于 Nova 来讲，这给他们第二赛段也收了一个完美的结果了。
这一波他们能够战至最后吗？大招前清理，但是其实对方
没有闪，没有闪，
没有对。随着最后的一波清理，只剩下了 Green 了。太多了，就算这么大的优势，依然如此之稳。背水一战的狼队还没有停止。对于 Nova 来说，今天也足够坚韧，在最后棋差一招。
进程并不是你一开始就把技能甩出去才是最强的，正面还是要中路上提一波。
这狙是什么东西啊？
爆能器虽然非常安全，不过还得整点。
哇，这一狙！
之前整个团队可能欠缺一些经验，那现在经验的补足，看一下效果到底如何。
环节直接进入到季后赛，
而这分的 EDG
哎呦，随机给到 C 点，要往里面推奥顶，配合上 TP， 快速推进 ，Nova 2-0，把命运掌握在了自己的手里面。等等，王浩哲这个位置好像是他掉下来了，哎，1v1的残局，9点，
恭喜 Nova 战胜对手，他们在第二赛段常规赛连战连捷，以全胜的姿态斩获1号种子的头衔。
Swagger 也拿到了常规赛的 MVP， 这一支 Nova 就是一支完全体的 Nova， 他们确实势不可挡。
不管输赢，不要怀疑自己吧，心态平稳才能赢下更多。做好每一天。
最后一发，一个感谢的 Ace， 哇！
Chills watching that one back. The highs and the lows of this Nova squad. A squad that had always been here, but never really possessed such a huge threat throughout China's existence in the Valorant scene. Proved this stage that a turnaround can be had when you believe in players and you set them up for success. Like we said, a 5-0 group stage that led them to the playoffs ultimately, bowing out at almost the last hurdle's got to be heartbreaking, but you feel like given where they were at the start of the stage, maybe it's a humble way to fall.
Yeah, it's definitely a somber way at the very least. They're not going to be feeling great about it, and it's sad to watch, right? Because when you look at everything that went this way, you would not expect these two teams to be duking it out in the lower bracket. Like I said at the start of the cast, this was my prediction for the grand finals. This was who I thought was going to be playing in it, and no one could have predicted the resurgence from JDG to take down both of these teams and force them to have to battle each other so early on.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest part that's probably been the surprise to everyone. And just looking at some of the stats that were online there when we've seen the graphics coming up, Guang and CB playing together for 40 series, 94 maps, in 1,995 rounds. That is absolutely mental. And just to flash back onto how star-powered this team is, there's 3 players with over 1,000 kills each. Is another thing that we just didn't quite get to see that spark today, which is maybe where they'll go home feeling a little bit sour apples on what that performance was. But as we get a reminder from today, what we've seen in the crucial stakes of today, JDG secured their place at Champions with a 2-0 victory over BLG, and TYL gave themselves a chance to have that with a 2-0 victory against Nova, putting them in the lower final against BLG tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, the benefit to Nova is it's stuff to build on, right? Like, this is a kind of team you don't need to change anything up. Like, it's just on the day they weren't quite able to make it work. Roster is working well. We saw in the group phase the potential that this team has. But then Splash just had an insane performance, as we can see right there. Number 1 in every single stat.
What can you do, man? It's unfortunate. You just come across an absolute raid boss that you think is already gone. Kang's not here, he's not playing today, and yet you come up against someone that has that type of performance. And now we have a look at the bracket for all how these teams got here. As you can see, JDG awaiting in the grand finals for who they will be playing for that first or second spot, and it will be one of BLG or TYL. We won't be covering the show match here on Project Horizon, so it'll be a slightly later start. It'll be that lower final that is going to attract all the attention. Everyone's eyes will be on it to see who gets that last place at Champions, and I think JDG will be watching it with a little bit of anticipation as well to see what awaits them as they come into that grand final, because they will want to make sure they maximise the opportunities. But let's not forget, they've beat both the teams that are awaiting.
And the same start time for today is going to be a best of 5 tomorrow as well, so a lot more action to take place. Yeah, Veggie, I mean, I'm excited to see what TYL can do. I mean, my prediction in advance is that TYL's going to be the one going to our grand finals, but you know what BLG are like. They can always surprise us out of nowhere.
Yeah, and with the best of 5, things do get a little bit tastier. Obviously, there's a little bit more room for error, but also it kind of exposes your flaws on a larger selection of your map pool. So that's what this will come down to. Who has the stronger map pool and who shows up on the day? Can Splash repeat it on a best of 5? We'll have to wait and find out. But Snow, that's going to be enough of us yapping for today. We've set up what is going to be the lower bracket final for who gets that last place at Champions tomorrow. So if you're watching along, make sure you come back tomorrow, because that is not going to be one to miss. If you want to see who's going to represent China at Shanghai, well, be here or be square, because we are done for today and we will see you later.
Some things aren't to be fair. I know you left me down.